What's up, guys? Welcome to the PUBG MC. It is time to jump into the moderator challenge. And with me, of course, I have the lovely Irene. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, we're hopping into a little bit of that PUBG action to see what the teams are going to be doing. Of course, we're going to be explaining a little bit more what's happening, but before we get into that explanation, we are, of course, going to be jumping into our first match to see where the teams are, where that flight path is coming from, and, of course, what everyone is going to be doing right here with some of the crazy PUBG action. We'll explain as we go what's happening, but without much further ado, we are going to be jumping straight in. It's our first match right over on towards Erangel.
The classic Erangel map. Now, the playing path is not too skewed off, actually. Some teams might be able to land where they actually need to go. So these are the teams that are going to be participating in the PUBG Mobile Moderators Challenge. We have over 35 teams regionally, and they are going to be playing 6 games today in different groups. So today's first match is for Group A and Group B, if I am not mistaken.
And what's also quite exciting is these, of course, are all our moderators from PUBG. But I mean, this is like on the global stage. Like all the moderator teams now have the opportunity to meet up against each other, have a bit of a swing, see who is the best moderated team in the world. That is essentially what this is.
Yes, and the best part is that skill level is very wide range. You have some professional teams who are moderators, and you have who play competitive on other, daily day-to-day scrims and so on. Then you have some of the casuals even. So this is where they get a taste of competitive.
I mean, I'm excited to see what is going to happen. As you quite modestly put it, we've got a wide variety of skill levels that are going to be competing against each other here, and of course they are playing for their share of $2,500. So we're going to be having 6 matches in today's games, and after which we'll have the top teams move through in towards the final. So we've got several groups, as you've already pointed out, having a bit of a swing at each other. And we're going to be doing this also on a nice spread across the maps as well, looking to see, where everyone is going to be stepping in, what those gameplays are going to be bringing, what those strategies are going to find their way in there as well. And I mean, this is actually a beautiful opportunity now for the moderators to show us what they've learned from all their time, being part of the PUBG scene. As you said, we've got a few professionals, that play competitively. And then, of course, we've got a few, I won't say noobs. I'm not quite sure whether or not that is going to be the appropriate term to use, but I still think it's going to result in some pretty exciting PUBG action.
Yes, and early on, just as soon as the teams land, we had some early action going on. Some casualties, actually. And I think there was a drive-by shooting right as we now pass by. So you gotta watch out before you cross any road, look left and right. You don't want to be caught out in the open.
Yeah, the standard rules of the road, you got to look both ways before crossing, making sure that you are, securely positioned in a decent spot. And I mean, it's quite interesting actually looking at the different teams that we've got participating in this first match. So this, of course, is going to be the teams coming in from, I believe it is going to be Group A and Group B, right?
Yes.
All right, so in here we've got the Akma team, we've got the Capi Bravas. Interesting twist there. We've got France, we've got Bolt, we've got the MENA Legends, we've got Esports Red, Indo Pride, we've got RUF or RUF, we've got Team Nordic, we've got the Albanian Power, as well as the players there from
Crepuscular.
Yeah, that one. I'm struggling with these names. We got the Fraud Nation, we've got Latam, we've got the MENA Slayers, we got PMRO, as well as Respect Esports, the Salty Moderators, and of course Team Woohoo.
Woohoo, indeed. So I think I can see some teams already established some drop points, some locations. They're currently looting up, to get into that close range fights. So now here we can see we have Esports Red not far off from Capivara's team, I believe that's.
Yeah.
So we have like a range from Latam, from Brazil actually.
Ooh.
So Capibravas is a team from Brazil.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we've got a few interesting numbers if we're going to be looking at ping and all that. That's always a thing that we
Mm-hmm.
hear across the board. But of course, this is just for fun, right? This is not.
Indeed.
It's not going to be
Indeed.
a super serious like it's like the ping needs to be this. We actually being quite more lenient with like the players that we are allowing to participate here.
Yes, and that is also the beauty of it because we want to make sure that everyone has the chance to participate. Because not many often you have, moderators participating in a high competitive scene, as one you would think of PMCO or PMPL.
Mm.
Sometimes the moderators are working just in the background. So actually, we have allowed in during the PMMC emulators, iPad players, any devices more than they're welcome to play with.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's going to be quite interesting to see what exactly, that will bring as everyone's going to be trying to have their swing at it. And yeah, I mean, now we wait to see what the action is going to bring. We, of course, are still sitting here with 18 teams in the lobby, 61 players still alive, and we're currently looking at the region up in towards Yasnaya. And as you've pointed out before, we've got some potential action to come through. The teams could step up, get aggressive, but for the time being, I think they're just going to be sitting here trying to kind of weigh up against each other, trying to figure out which way to best take these approaches and maybe how to go about that.
Exactly. They're calculating the strategies right now, how to run up to a team, I believe. I think they know where they are. I'm not sure if the other knows where they are, but they're probably going to hear those footsteps quite soon.
Mm. Well, here we go. Ads now looking to get a few sprays up into the window there from the Salty Moderators up against the Mena Slayers. Now, it's always quite interesting looking at teams going at it up in towards Yasnaya. There's so many structures, so many angles to try and cover, to try and play from. And so far, it seems like these teams are really well positioned, just utilizing the coverage they have to work with. But now it's going to come down to whether or not we're going to see the players here from the Mena Slayers actually looking to push into those Salty Moderators and maybe make them even more salty.
Or they're going to add some salt to their parade.
Mm.
Ruin some of their chances.
Yeah, it could
and also
be.
speaking of chances, each team only has 3 chances today, or 3 matches today, to rack up those points in the leaderboard to move on to day 2. So today's group stages, right? So there's 6 matches, 3 per team, 3 matches per team. So the top 16 after the end of today are going to go into finals, which is going to be broadcasted at the same time tomorrow. And so there's not a lot of room for error. They have to get the points to be in the top 16.
Yeah, you gotta grind if you want to get into those positions to make it up for the finals. And of course, now we have a beautiful standoff actually coming in between our 2 teams here, the Salty Moderators and the players from Mena Slayers, just holding their position, looking to see if they can put in. Up comes Happy Juice. Let's see if he's gonna apply some of that Happy Juice up the staircase and maybe get a bit of a squad wipe going on to Farok.
Who knows? They are trying to make sure that the team is utilizing all grenades, anything that they might have, just so they can make that rush up the staircase a little bit easier.
Ooh, some good scraping, good sprays, a beautiful exchange coming in now. Farok has been put on the back foot there as he's getting rushed upon, but up comes the equalizer, of course, looking to even things out as he's now moving in, potentially try and save his team. But the Salty Moderators, they've come in swinging here, and so far it's been a very fair trade-off between both of them.
Yeah, I believe now they have one of the Mena Slayer on their side, which they have not yet to Thirst, but I think they're keeping him hostage and saying, you want your buddy? Come and get him.
Yeah, well, they are definitely going to be trying to get their buddy back. Equalizer now just hugging the edge of the wall. Ooh, loving the utilities getting sent up. But now, this is where the Salty Moderators actually find themselves in a little bit of a tricky position. I mean, the Mena Slayers, they've moved out. They've taken those positions just on the outside of the wall. But a beautiful grenade now getting sent in here from Matthias as he finds the head. And now... oh, Farok is crawling over towards Equalizer, but this could be that opportunity now for the Salty Moderators to strike as they get ready to reposition, come in with a little bit of rush. Are they going to catch the Mena Slayers off guard, though?
Oh, I hope so. Oh, and May caught the Equalizer out in a surprise.
Yeah, Immortal seems to be pretty immortal with that grenade utilization. Not that that means anything, but of course now it is down to the Mena Slayer's Vayne. Is going to be running around in Vayne, looking to see if he can find himself in a little bit of a good hiding spot. But I mean, this of course is that opportunity now for the salty moderators to get themselves reset before pushing up, looking to close up the squad wipe.
That's very true. At this point, at this stage, there is no point in finding a team if now it's just to play for placement. Save yourself. That's all I can say.
Yeah, well, hopefully Vayne is not doing this in vain, like I said before. But maybe, who knows, he might still be able to escape. We can see that Blue Zone, of course, is starting to make its way through. And then it's quite interesting because these teams, they don't have that far to move really to get up in towards the next phase. As we can see, the phase is just positioned to the south of them. But now, as we hop on a little bit closer towards Pachinki, we can see there's still a few rotations coming through as the teams are now looking to reposition themselves in anticipation of the second phase getting ready to pop up. And of course, without any further ado, here we have our map, and that zone is sitting over on towards that southeastern side. We see a good concentration of teams already within that, and now with this shift, that whole Malta region is going to get so jam-packed with players.
Yes, and also this is still a 50-50. You don't know whether it's going to land north side or south side of that bridge, by the way. So we don't know if the teams are going to think, oh, should I start rotating down to the military? Will we have a military ending maybe? Perhaps? Don't know. We'll see.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I would not shy away from a military ending. That is usually quite exciting, as we do have that bridge partially within a play, and we see, of course, a few teams positioned over towards that kind of Malta region, a little bit further over on towards the eastern side. But now over on the coastline, this is where the pressure is going to be applied quite a bit on towards Madman, as he's now positioned in the bush, trying to pull off a bit of that ambush. But Hunter steps up there for the Albanian power, looking to close it up as they pick up the knock, and with that they get the confirm. And now, of course, the players are Madman's team is now down to only one remaining hopeful.
That is sad. That is sad. He probably thought that he could maybe catch that squad wipe. Could be a very good clip. Who knows? But unfortunately, that was not the case.
Yeah.
But of course, they're lucky next time.
Yeah. As you said, all the groups are going to have 3 opportunities to have a swing at the matches here. But now, as we look onto the players here from the Albanian power, they've been able to secure themselves a decent position on that coastal line. Of course, it's not the best spot to be in because it is still pretty exposed. I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing with that position. Meanwhile, as we hop over towards Woohoo, and we also saw the players from Rexpect also just there for a quick brief moment. But again, this is a fairly interesting position for the players here from Woohoo to be in, as we see them positioned again on the coastline, and they can move up with a little bit of certainty, knowing that everything behind them is water, and everything up to the north should be where most of the focus is going to be on.
Yeah, so far teams have now been occupying a couple of compounds. They're securing that safe spot. They don't want to be caught out in the open. So they're now going to probably strategize and see where this next zone is going to take them. Where do they have to decide to move next?
Yeah, and only time.
Or if they don't need to move at all. Who knows?
Yes. Only time will tell where these teams will have to try and reposition up towards. Of course, Johnny is just going to be lying, prepping himself. We see Tamila lying patiently, got that scope right on there, zeroed in, waiting for Johnny to budge. But as we move on a little bit further on towards the northern side of the zone, we can see the players there from Red also now looking to make their way on in. Ooh, Fraud Nation. They do have a few visitors coming in. Of course, a nice little bit of a Frankenstein's monster there. But the salty moderators now going for a little bit of a crash bang as they make their way up in towards the zone. And that sometimes results in some pretty interesting turn of events.
They wanted to do some bumper cars, They wanted to see the durability of those cars.
Yeah, it's quite interesting seeing what what these vehicles get put, or how they get tested out as the teams just jump in and have a bit of a play there. But of course, now this is the position where Rexpect also need to try and play that position, right? Because right above them we do see the players here from the Esports Reds also now occupying their own potential position. So maybe we could see Esport Red potentially maybe looking to move a little bit further forward rather, as Respect, they are still quite spread out at the current time.
That is true. Still some teams are spread out, but yep, they know they are there. Landing some shots, hitting those hit markers, but no knocks just yet. But I think that's a little bit of a warning shot. Like, hey, I see you, and I'm gonna, catch you.
Well, talking about catching, we've got a little bit of a chase scene happening here now over on towards that western side, as the teams are looking to roll up in it towards the zone and stuff, looking for those positions. Of course, Nordic are going to be testing out their UAZs as they try to push down the hill. That is a very difficult position to be in, but of course, up comes the players there now, looking to apply their own bit of pressure. That is going to be the side there. I believe that is the team from Romania.
That is correct. They have this opportunity of the open knock. They're trying now to rush in, probably to finish those kills before they revive the teammates up. Because currently it is Roman, I believe. I can see that name is the only one up on that side.
Oh, well, PMRO are going to be caught out on those cliff edges. They already have two of their players getting knocked right on down. The pressure is going to be on. Oh, some nice grenades coming in, but not finding it all the way across over towards the players there from Team Nordic. So now it is going to... Now my question comes in is like, are we going to see them actually looking to push in, get to that push over on towards the single player? You see the rest of the team, they've also been taking a few hits, but I mean, Team Nordic, they are so spread out. This could be an interesting play for them, but also at the same time quite a challenging position to defend.
It is, because you only have the cliff side, which, see, you can just fall down, which is just what happened for the Nordic player. So you do not want to fall down in case, you get that fall damage, and you put yourself in a terrible position down there, but that was not the case.
Yeah, now of course Merci is going to be looking to find a bit of approach there. Morco gets picked right on up. Now all the pressure turns to Merci to try and make this work, and I'm not quite sure whether or not Team Nordic is just sitting there asking, saying merci, just like s'il vous plaît, please don't kill us. We want to try and survive and get up into those later phases. I mean, we're only now in our third phase, approaching that fourth phase in the next minute or so, but we still sit with 17 teams, 50 players alive, and this could maybe be the end either for the players here from PMRO or Team Nordic.
Those right. He managed to get his teammate up, but they're still down to just, I believe, 2 players from Team Nordic. Now down to 1 player, Solo, that has to defend his position. What is he going to do? Probably, if given the chance, to jump into the water, Oh, that was a nice knock. But got caught.
Yeah, good response coming in there from PMRO as they step up, and with that send the players from Team Nordic right back into the lobby. Of course, now 16 teams remain. And I mean, this is where things are going to get quite interesting, as we don't have that much space left for these teams really to work with. But of course, they are going to try and get themselves beautifully set up within the zone. As we can see, that zone now favoring the military island. So we are going to be seeing some potential bridge camps come in here as well.
Military base. Now, are we going to see some boat strat happening here? Are we going to see some boatation? Are we going to have, some swimmers in there? Are we going to see those swimmers be picked off, as fishes? a lot of options left, because we know that probably thinking, look, we cannot take the bridge. It's going to be definitely bridge camps.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite an interesting one to see what decisions these teams start to make. And of course, now up comes those rotations, trying to get up ahead of the blue zone closure. The players there from Esports Red now coming under quite a bit of fire, as we can see Akma team Tamila stepping up with their hits. But of course, Muakai, I'm sorry if I'm... it's a challenging name for me there, but either way, Tamila is still going to try and push up, trying to catch them in that rotation. Of course, Ramon coming in as well there for the players from PMRO as they now crash on towards the coastal line. But again, the bridge right up ahead, we could potentially see a few teams looking to push across that. But this is where the positions are going to be absolutely essential. Seeing that the zone is favoring a little bit further more on towards the military island. Now, you got to find yourself in a compound, and with that already, we can see those sprays going through as Indo Pride steps up, and they are just obliterating the competition up ahead.
That is insane, the way that players can lock onto the other players, considering that also this is a wide range of talents here between, you know, professionals and pro amateurs.
Well, let's see where this goes. Of course, now the pressure is on once again. We are sitting in that fourth phase. The blue zone has just moved up once more. You can see that timer slowly ticking off. The pressure is on the teams. It's trying to survive as best they can. We actually see still a few teams positioned out in the blue. I'm curious to see where those rotations are going to be coming into. But of course, for the time being, we're going to be seeing a lot of fighting over on towards this coastal line.
Oh, this is going to be tough. We see one of Esports Red teammate knocked. But if they do not act quite quickly, they probably would leave him behind in order to get a better position in zone. After all, it's all about placement.
Yeah, it is going to be all about that placement looking to come on through. But here we go. Team Woohoo now approaching the bridge, just trying to ride out that blue zone. They do see the players from Esports Red up ahead, as we can see Levi already trying to take a few shots. Does find one or two hits. But now, is he going to continue to push, apply the pressure, potentially get that squad wipe? Because the players here from Esports Red, they are caught in a very difficult position. They are right on that coastal line. There's not much for them to really utilize getting back up those cliffs and potentially rotating back into zone.
No, their only option would be to swim across that bridge. Given that the time, they could probably make it into zone, as long as they keep that steady swimming.
Yeah, just keep swimming, continue to move forward as we know. But here we go now, the players from Team Woohoo once again picking up the position. Yes. A little bit of an ambush maybe.
Oh, probably. They're trying to beat the other teams to the boat. They do not want to share that boat with anybody else, and they're trying to get that before this final zone or this fourth phase zone closes. Because that blue zone is going to start hurting. It is going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, of course now the players here from Creepers coming under fire as well. But they're also now looking to capitalize on the chaos we see up ahead. Several teams are actually now opted into the water. Woohoo, as well as the players here from Indo Pride getting caught in a very difficult spot. The shots come through with that. As we can see, Shunky now just tapping away steadily, looking to pick up those hits. And with that, of course, the boat gets blown to smithereens. Now that is 5 kills on board for the Men Are Legends. Are they going to be able to rake in several more? The players here from Woo are now put in a very, very difficult position. They're getting picked up, but they also need to try and balance. Are they going to try and get the breath of fresh air, or are they just going to take the damage coming in from that?
That is tough. The UCC as New Legends does not have the... Oh, wow. That blow up. They blew up each other in that instant. And we have players jumping off the bridge here as well. It is starting to get chaotic. The teams are trying to find any means to get into the zone right this instant.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be on. As we can see, we are down to our final 7 teams. The players here from the Albanian Power are just moving in under that bridge. Taking aim. Oh, look at the shots now finding their way on in. Will we see actually the players here from Albanian Power step up, claim the victory here? I mean, they have good numbers.
They do. They have 4 of their players up. They are relatively in a good position to get further into zone as well. They're just trying to see if any of those last, pickings from behind might come in, where they can actually get those easy pickings.
Yeah, there's nothing better than trying to capitalize on some easy pickings. But, well, of course, we do see the salty moderators also just holding their position within the zone. We have them over on towards this western side. Alongside them, of course, is going to be Respect. And we could see a few of those shots now finding their way on through. Of course, the salty moderators, they've been reduced down to 3, and they've actually been running with this 3-man squad for quite some time. Respect now having a few casualties come their way, but they are able to bring in those reses. But now the pressure is going to be on as the teams over on towards this western side. They do have a good controlling position within that zone, but are they going to be able to fend off the players that are still to make their push into that zone?
I believe if they have a good position and they are aware of their surroundings, they could actually easily pick off all players one by one. So we have here, they're actually gatekeeping PMRO. They're just waiting for that moment till his head pops out. But I think if you have a choice, deny the kill. Because every kill is worth 1 point here, right? So better not to give an advantage to another team where they can advance you in the leaderboard.
Yeah, that of course is going to be a big thing here. You know, they are looking to close up those points, and with that, it does seem like a PMRO does deny the kill over towards the players here from Respect, but Respect now turning their attention back over on towards the salty moderators. But with that, of course, Ads has already positioned himself so beautifully up on the hill, now able to just laser down on it towards them. And this is where it's going to get so exciting. We've got 6 teams left to push up, and we can see those numbers now just starting to cram. And look at the zone itself, already jam-packed with players.
That is right. The zone is getting smaller and smaller, and they are trying to get that better position in zone on a higher position where they can actually look down at all the rest of the players. That will give them an easy win, I would say.
Well, gonna look to see just how easy that will be. Of course, the players here from the Albanian Power team looking really strong over on towards the western side. Again, good coverage there, good spread coming in from them. They do have control of the hilltop, but are they going to be able now to utilize the high ground advantage they have to their disposal? I mean, we've got the players there from Latam also positioned right up ahead of them, just trying to play that southern side. And of course, the northern territory is still open, but it is going to be such a difficult piece of land actually to move into, as we have already. That's a whole section so secured. But with that, we of course are down to our final 4 teams. Respect now looking to apply the pressure straight on towards the salty moderators, and with that, the salty moderators get sent right on away. I believe now it is up to Albanian Power Latam and of course Respect to fight it out for their winner chicken dinner.
That's right. Now we're down to 3 teams, and it's all down to whoever probably has a better position in zone, and this could be towards the Albanian Power. They could actually easily win this.
Oh, some high stakes coming through here as the teams, of course, now prepping themselves up, getting ready to push straight up into the action. Will we see that actually now come through? Oh, the grenades are getting deployed. The players here from the Albanian Power are inching their way forward. Hunter playing it a little bit safer, just holding off, staying further away for the time being. Of course, Laza is attempting to get that res in towards Machiavel. And it's good because they need the numbers to push up. You can see the players there from Respect also holding strong with some decent numbers also over towards that western side. But now it is going to be a rush to see who will be the team to step in to claim the dominance. And with that, of course, take the first winner chicken dinner.
The first chicken dinner of day 1. Now let's see that teams are just smoking out, covering their positions. They're trying to see. I think all the teams are hoping that each one would fight each other, so that they could come in as a third party. I have a feeling that probably Latam is going to try to be that third party. Unless now, no, they're going for the rush. They're going to, but they got caught out. They wanted to see if they could land that surprise against the Albanian Power. Probably going to sit a little bit back, maybe, oh no, got a knock for knock right here. Arrow, can he finish that? This is looking tough for Latam. But they have 3 knocks here. I think. This is tough to say who's gonna get this chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Itachi now being put in a very uncomfortable position. Super low on health, right up alongside the players here from Albanian Power. But with that, Albanian Power gets sent right on away as Latam steps on in and
Wow.
Respect steals away the winner chicken dinner. Absolutely beautiful clean sweep coming in there from them.
Wow. And I managed to rack up a lot of kills per player as well. Now
Yeah,
that was an insane match.
absolutely
Close
crazy.
quarters, close
Mhm.
fighting, and well done to the other teams as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was quite impressive. I mean, the players there from Respect, they finished off that match coming in with a grand total of 11 kills. That is, still some pretty impressive numbers to have there. They've been out here doing the work, grinding on through, just looking to play those zones, and it seems like it really did pay off for them at the end of the day, as they were, of course, then able to step up, claim the victory. But now we are getting ready to move into our second match, so we're going to be saying goodbye to the players from Group A as we get ready to move into our second match, which we'll see the players there from Group B and Group C now having the opportunity to go at each other.
That is correct. So we are going to be seeing a new whole group actually coming up, and we will be showing the results quite shortly. We'll go to a short break. We're going to show you the results from this match overall, and then we'll start to see the overall standings. We'll start to see how the rankings is going to shape up, and which teams have to push that extra points to get in top 16.
Yeah, well, it's going to be quite exciting indeed to see what these teams will do. And of course, that is the end of our first match. As you've already pointed out, we are going to be getting into those results once we come back from the break. But speaking of break, we are going to be jumping into a quick one. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys back in a short few minutes.
rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de Miramar. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей в текущей форме готова stать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Hello and welcome back. We just want to give you a quick update. Of course, we are also doing a giveaway. Now, Irene, tell us a little bit about the UC giveaway.
Yes, so for today and for tomorrow, we'll be doing some easy giveaways for you viewers in the chat. And here are like the simplest rules that you can enter. We would love for you guys to spam in the chat your in-game number ID plus hashtag PMMC 2021.
Yeah, and with that, of course, we'll be selecting winners throughout the day as we continue forward. The UC will be also then added onto those accounts, so make sure to go through that. Of course, the instructions will also be added into the message chat in case there's any doubts, so you can be sure to stay up to date with all of that. Of course, we'll be continuing with our match in a short few moments, but until then, enjoy the ads, get the popcorn ready, get your drinks ready, be sure to stay hydrated, and we'll see you back in a short few moments.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de Miramar. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
All right, so here we are having a little bit of a look at our match standings. So far, we can see the players there from Respect Esports, of course, sitting in a very comfortable position, having 26 total points. The players there from Albanian Power, hot on the hill, sitting on 17. Of course, Latam coming in on a grand total of 15 points. We've got the Salty Moderators on 11 and the Mena Slayers sitting on 10. So it's good to see, again, now we have our top 5 teams here sitting on those double-digit numbers. But this is where we are waiting to see what Fraud Nation, of course, the players there from the Capybravas, as well as Ahmad and Ruff, are going to be bringing in through the rest of the day here, Irene.
That is very true. So now these teams have another 2 more matches to make up for those lost points that they did not gain in match 1. I'm hoping to see some action from some of these teams that did not participate, actually.
Well, yeah, we're going to be jumping right back into the game, so stay tuned. All right, so it was a little bit of a sneak peek, just making sure everyone's ready. But of course, next up, we are going to be moving in to our teams here to see what the players here from Group B and Group C are going to be bringing in as we move up in towards our second match. Now, Irene, we've been seeing already quite a bit of action coming in the first one. Are we expecting to see even more of that as we continue now with Group B having yet another opportunity?
Yes, I think so. Now, and also we're going to be starting on a new map, Miramar. I wonder, is this your favorite map, actually? I know a lot of people are saying, no, not so much.
Well, it depends, right? It depends on what reason it's for. Like, I use Miramar mainly for ranking, like pushing rank and, getting through the levels and all that. So, yeah, I do enjoy it quite a bit. And now we get to see whether or not the teams themselves are also going to be enjoying it just as much.
Very true, very true. So now we have the plane path right in front of us, and again, it's not a very skewed off plane path. It's quite easy for most teams to reach where they want to reach on Miramar. And we're going to see those hot drops, if there is any.
Yeah, but this is quite an interesting flight path. I mean, it is a little bit further up in towards that northwestern side, so it is going to make it a little bit harder to reach further down south to, for instance, like La Benditas, Los Leones, potentially maybe even Chumacera. Junkyard, I think, could maybe still be within reach, even El Azhar. But looking over on towards that western side, the northwestern side particularly, the teams are going to be having a very comfortable time there, as El Pozo is quite easy to reach and quite a big majority of Monte Nuevo as well.
Yes, you can see, I just see little tiny, like a lot of the groups grouped together. It's kind of hard to see actually where they want to land.
Well, that is what's going to make it. Yeah.
I'll just say already action popping off
Yeah.
between one Albanian team and one Romanian team.
Yeah, and that is what we want to see. Ooh, as well as those beautiful grenades now coming through there from the side of PMRO, as we saw them finishing up in that 6th position after the previous match. They were at least able to find 7 kills, so let's see if they're going to have another strong run throughout this Miramar game.
That is true, and they are securing those kills early on with that surprise sneak attack. That is going to put the disadvantage in the Albanian team.
Well, what one team sees as a disadvantage could be a beautiful opportunity for the next. So we'll have to wait and see how these teams are going to be looking to play the current hand that they've been dealt. Will they be able to step up? Of course, as we continue on through the map, we can see things are looking a little bit spread out. We've got I have no idea even how to pronounce Zero's team name there, so I'll just go with Zero. I'm going to slaughter that even if I try. But this is going to be a really tough position, though, for Zero. I mean, he's got 0 meds, 0 health, 0 weapons, pretty much 0. So the name, I think, is pretty fitting for this.
That is true. 0 of everything. Let's see if he can... I think he managed to sneak off a bit, or maybe not. Oh, they probably spot him right there.
Oh, that is going to be a pretty tough one, whichever way, of course. Now, here we go. We got Sniper looking to push a little bit further forward as well. Ooh, come on, finds the hit, and with that, Zero gets zeroed out and sent on back into the lobby. So now, the teams again now have the opportunity to continue through the map, continue to try and get themselves into a more improved position. And I'm quite curious to see though what this zone is going to be doing, because we know normally on Miramar the zone is relatively passive with the way it shifts. We don't see super aggressive shifts necessarily coming in.
No, that is very true. In the early on, you'll see some slight shifts, and then once we come to the 4th or 5th circle, we'll start to see those hard shifts to either south or north, anywhere furthest away from players.
Yeah, but I mean, this is going to be a beautiful opportunity now for the players there from Group C to come in and, you know, show us what they are made of. This is now the opportunity to bring in a few more points on the board, seeing that we've already had the players there from Group A and Group B having their first swing in Match 1. Match 2 is going to be where it's at. And, of course, as we jump over in towards the Minas Generales, this is where we have a little bit of a standoff happening here as well.
That is true. That is true. I think now we have the Crepuscular trying to get a better position. They know there is a team there. I think he is just waiting for his teammates to catch up to him for that better position.
Yeah, and now old Mr. K here. Rixus PH. So this is one of our teams coming in from the Philippine side. Up against Vams. This is going to be Vams Scream, I believe, right? Yeah.
That is true. That is true. Yes.
The Vams team. Oh, I said Scream. Sorry. That's the Vams team. My bad. But,
team.
Of course, yeah. The team's now going to be making their way through. Well, Scream was the player from Vams, but up comes the hits now. Oh, beautiful shots finding the way on in. I like this position actually coming in from the side of Vams, being able to completely isolate the players here from Rixus PH. And now the opportunity is there for them to actually move in, potentially get that squad wipe towards them.
Hopefully they can actually pinpoint their location. I think they have. Oh, they're landing those shots. Nice hit. A 2-hit for Arnas. That's right. He has gotten 2 knock, but I think this is the best opportunity for the whole team, Vams, to rush in, knowing that they have actually 2 knocked.
Yeah, nothing better than getting a little bit aggressive, pushing forward, just, you know, getting that clean sweep going. But of course, up in towards Minas Generales, it is sometimes quite a difficult position. We also see a lot of teams usually liking to move up in towards the high ground. Once the fighting has kind of been concluded in here, we see them looking to push up on towards the hilltops, of course, depending on where that zone is going. But with that, we've also now come to the end of our first phase. The blue zone is now going to start closing in, going to start shifting forward, and this is where the pressure now turns to these teams, as they need to secure themselves a decent position, not only now, but also in anticipation for where the next phase could be going.
That's very true. And then surprisingly here, Vams actually pushed off after they managed to knock 2 team members from Rixus, from the Philippine teams. I'm surprised they did not go up for that push.
Well, maybe they're looking to take a little bit more of a passive approach. Maybe potentially even trying a little bit more of a calculated approach. We can see the players here from Vams, they've now rushed in. They've taken occupation of the building. But of course, Rixus, they're just holding their ground, waiting for those opportunities to present itself. And this is actually something that could turn in favor of them. As Rixus, we see them quite spread out on the high ground.
Mm-hmm.
And if Vams are not careful, this could actually be the play in which we could see Rixus move in and get the squad wipe.
That is very true. They are playing it quietly, not moving a single muscle. They know where they are, but Vams doesn't know where they are.
Yes, indeed. And of course, as we continue a little bit further on as well, jumping straight up in towards the northern side here. This is where things also are looking fairly decent, though, for Blue Fox. I mean, they seem to be completely uncontested here. No one really in the vicinity. They can just go about their looting business, get themselves set up and prepped for these coming few phases. But as we continue a little bit further on, we can see those relocations now coming in as the players here from the Barrio team are making their way towards a little bit more of an improved position.
That's true. This is the best time, the best opportunity to grab all the loot that you can get out of Miramar, out of those buildings, especially that you never know what you might be up against. You will need all those utilities. Might be an open ending. You will need all those spokes. So they are taking it slow. Looting is key on Miramar.
Yeah, looting is key, and I mean, we've seen it so many times that teams sometimes get a little bit aggressive in the beginning, just enough so that they can just ward off any of the potential teams that could see moving towards it, just so they can secure the position, get themselves set up, get that loot, up to a good level before then looking to relocate further into the zone. But now the players here from Woohoo, they are not even going to waste any time. They are just going to try and swing on through right on towards Respect. This is, again, that opportunity now for the teams to bring in any additional points, especially now for Group B, that they could have potentially missed out on that first match.
That is right. That is right. The teams that are on the lower end of the ranking leaderboard need to play a little bit more aggressive. They need to catch those kills where they can. Now, also as well, these teams do not know where others are dropping. In the sense, like, some professional teams, they would share their drop spot location. Where would they be hiding? Which makes it easier for targeting. But these teams do not know where others do land. So here, they would have to actually go on a hunting trip, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a search and destroy even, right? So there's going to be that opportunity for them to now have themselves set up, getting ready and locked and loaded. But of course, we see the players here from VAMS once again moving from fight to fight. Now, they haven't really been able to conclude the previous fight. They've just repositioned a little bit further up on towards the high ground. But now they have that opportunity to strike, as you can see already, the shots finding their way on in.
Wow.
Nothing crazy landing just yet, but Rix is now getting caught a little bit off guard there, as we do see that wraparound play coming in from Scream.
That was a very, very smart play. Went straight for the flank. They knew where they were. They actually took the opportunity to actually get a squad wipe, I would see here.
Yeah, that is a definite opportunity for them. And of course, we can see that map. The zone has shifted further down towards the south. Now, favoring a little bit of that Chumacera region. Now, this is quite interesting because once the map or the zone moves into this region, this is where the terrain really starts to change up in comparison to what we see in those further northern reaches. So it changes up into almost a bit of that Sanhok action.
That is very true. Some of those areas at the south is unplayable. You cannot get up on that mountainside on some near Chumacera. So, and if you're stuck on one side and the zone ends up on the other, you would have a long way round to get to, which that might not be in your favor.
Yeah, definitely could present a few challenges, but of course we can see the kill feed now continuing on once again. But up comes the players here from Blue Fox, position themselves up on the hills. They are still very close to that blue zone, but Latam, they're just holding on to the compounds. I'm curious to see at what point they're going to start focusing on those rotations, getting themselves a little bit further in towards the zone, taking up good occupation of the compound up ahead. Because, I mean, Blue Fox, we see they are just over 1.5 kilometers away from that zone, all the way down in towards the zone itself. This is where things are going to get a little bit more interesting over in towards Val del Mar.
That is right, that is right. We already see teams already established a good position within zone, pretty much almost centered, so they probably will not have to move much. But now we have other teams coming in, occupying as well the same location, and I think they probably know each team that they are there.
Could be. I mean, we'll have to wait and see whether or not these teams are familiar with each other. Of course, we got the players here from Albanian Power now, looking to just wait for those angles to present themselves. And of course, Albanian Power, they played a beautiful game in the previous match, managing to find themselves a comfortable 7 kills so far. They are still looking to make their way towards that. They did, of course, finish up in 3rd place in, the game itself. But for this round, we don't see a single kill on board just yet. And they've also now been reduced down to only 2 remaining players.
That is unfortunate. They need for good standing to, maintain that strong defense line. But maybe those 2 players that they do have could be enough for them. depending on the situation that they'll be running into.
Well, no pressure then coming in for World Hunter and of course his teammate there, Long Kelly, I think. Whichever. I'll go with that one. Can't really. Sorry, it's a long. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if that's a D or a Q.
Londeli.
Okay,
Could be
Londeli.
Londeli, maybe.
Yeah. Let's go with Lon. It is Lon. There we go. But of course now Happy Juice is gonna be just scoping over with that Car 98, looking to see if any of those shots could be finding their way in. Potentially, of course, Woohoo are gonna be now continuing to make their way through. And this is what's so exciting about this region of the map. There's so much high ground, so many hills and valleys, and so much terrain just to utilize here.
Indeed, indeed. This is the map for snipers. This is practically sniper heaven. If you love to pick up a sniper, this is the best map to utilize it, actually. Especially on, like you mentioned, on this side of the map portion, it's perfect.
So let's see if Happy Juice is going to come out of this one happy and smiling. Of course, field shot, you can see just patiently waiting in the window. Up comes Levi and Johnny, also just circling back to the compound. But of course, the rotations are going to be continuing to make their way on in as the teams are now trying to not only get ahead of the blue zone, but also trying to potentially find a decent setup, as we still have 14 teams remaining and 50 players still in this match.
That is right, that is right. And as well that Salty Mothers might have to watch out because there is a team not far from behind them. A potential third party could come in and ruin the Salty Moderators' chances.
Oh, of course. A quick highlight just to show what happened there. Did have a cheeky shot, Johnny. Playing the
Yeah,
ridge
he
line.
actually managed to knock one of Salty Moderators down. Interesting.
Yeah, and that is, of course, why they are called. Not really, but yes, that is why
Here
they
we
are
have the
called.
highlights. Here we have the highlights coming in right now. They managed to knock Happy Juice.
Oh, yeah, that is a little bit of a rip, but of course, you know, we are going to be looking to see what the teams will be able to do rather from this point moving forward. Are we going to see any teams potentially getting squad wiped almost immediately, as the numbers and the space are still there? They're running out of space, but the numbers are still hanging on. We've lost one player since we last looked at it. But this is now where they need to try and move into those good positions. As we've pointed out, you know, this whole region of the map, as you can see, is quite challenging, especially with a big chunk of that now being water. We don't often really see the map having Los Higos in play.
That is true then, and this is actually a very interesting circle because we don't often see this happening in a professional setting, you know? I don't see many often zone endings in that area, whether there is in PMC or PNPL. It's quite few. So I'm wondering whether this would be a bridge finish potentially, maybe water finish? I know some of the audiences love to see a water ending on Miramar.
Yeah, that is always quite exciting to see the teams being forced down into the water, into the drink. But of course, we're going to be having the players here from Respect. Ooh, there we go. Holes showing off, doing a little bit of a handbrake turn as he's trying to come into zone with a little bit of style. Up ahead, we do see the players there from PMRO as well as the Salty Moderator. So we've had quite a bit of an engagement actually coming in between these three teams throughout the match so far.
That is right. This is right. They just keep finding each other. Easy as that.
Yeah, it might sound easy as that, right? But I mean, ideally, that is not what they want. You want to.
No, they don't want that.
You just want that opportunity to try and, just regroup, reset yourself before getting into yet another fight. But looking at what Respect is doing, they are just getting ever closer onto the side there of PMRO. So they need to be careful. I mean, one wrong foot, and this could be quite a devastating rotation potentially for them.
That is true, but I have no doubt that Respect is taking it at an aggressive pace, but calculating it smartly. Because they are quite an aggressive team so far from what we see from match 1.
Yeah. Well, who knows? I mean, maybe they are able to continue with that momentum and just keep on dialing it in as they progress through their matches. Of course, after this one, Respect will only have one more match to go for the day. But maybe they'll be able to do enough. I mean, just looking at how they've been playing this, they are playing it very cautiously, just, you know, trying to utilize that terrain, but at the same time, they are inching their way even closer to that center zone. But I mean, over on the east, we've got a very similar kind of approach happening there as well. We've got about 3 teams now just congested on towards the eastern side. The west is looking quite challenging, but surprisingly, the north itself is quite open. And actually, we don't see any teams taking that rotation down on towards Los Higos or even Minas del Sur.
That is true, that's true. Probably they're thinking that it's not going to end up on that side of the map, so they don't want to commit to it just yet, but they're probably thinking that if they're near the coastline, they could probably swim it if necessary.
Well, it's going to be quite a difficult swim because, I mean, going to that southern island, there's a lot of cliffs. There's not a lot of options really for teams to get a secure foothold on it towards the island itself. So I think the easiest rotation, of course, onto that is going to be making use of the bridge. But, well, as we jump a little bit further up on towards the north, we can see a 3-way fight. And, of course, the fight on the bridge. We were waiting to see the bridge action come in.
Yeah, oh wow, that nade managed to take out Team Woohoo.
That's probably where Hunter now just gave us a little bit of a woohoo as that nade was quite successful. But of course, Hunter now can't stay out on this bridge for too long. As we can see, the blue zone has caught up. We need to see those rotations now come through. And I mean, you said potentially the players here from Albanian Power could be quite successful on only a 2-man team. So far, it seems like the PUBG gods might have been smiling on towards them, but of course the fighting is going to continue as we now jump back on towards that western side where we see the players here from PMRO looking to make a bit of a stand. They still have their numbers up, but they've only been able to find 1 kill so far.
That is right, that is right. I think they are saving themselves just for the more near end circles, where you can actually potentially get a knock and a thirst. Now, if anyone were to engage in any fight currently, you would get that knock, but you won't be able to get that finish, as they can be easily revived from their teammates.
Well, let's see now. Could we have any of those potential players going through? The Salty Moderators starting off with only a 3-man team. Happy Juice being, you know, the fuel there, just, you know, helping the team stay focused. I don't know if that's really true, but let's just say yes. Of course, now getting sent away into the lobby. Now it's up to Immortal. So if Immortal is going to stay true to the name there, we shall see Immortal making it all the way through this match without getting sent away. But only time will tell whether or not that is going to be, you know, truthful, or whether it's just a really good choice on a name. But with that, we do see a few more engagements now finding their way in. Still have 12 teams remaining, 38 players alive left to fight it out for that winner chicken dinner. But now who's going to be the team to take the next step, to take that plunge and push themselves and get aggressive?
So far, we're seeing quite some equal actions from equal teams all around. There's no clear winner or who would actually win this match right now, because the zone is still quite a little bit large. Teams are actually hugging the edge of their circle. Nobody wants to sit in the middle just yet.
Well, the middle is not going to be the middle for much longer, as we do see that blue zone, of course, starting to move on in. Mena Slayers just playing the top of this northern region, just trying to see if they can scope out any potential plays down ahead. The zone, of course, also now moving up a little bit further on towards the north. So it's good to see, you know, any teams that could have potentially rotated onto that southern island, they have no other choice. They have to, of course, continue to try and get up in it towards the zone itself. But this is where that coastal line is going to be seeing quite a bit of action come through. I'm also expecting quite a bit to happen on the eastern front, as we got so many teams still having to rotate up into zone.
That is true, that is true. They will be probably meeting each other on the way to zone if they wish to get into it. They don't want to be caught out in the blue, because it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot. So right now we have some teams actually getting sent their circle. They're grabbing their vehicles and moving.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a really tough play. Looking at what the terrain has presented them with, I mean, this is no breeze whatsoever. But the players here from Mena Slayers, they are just hugging the heck out of this northern side, just playing the high ground. And so far, it does seem like it is working out quite favorably for them. Of course, you know, it is still a long way to go as we find ourselves only in that 5th phase. The game can still take a swing in any which direction. We see the players there from Latam also now just trying to move in from the north. Equalizer is going to be looking to bring the balance back in towards the zone. Just trying to make it so difficult, so hard for the players there from Latam to find a good position, a good play. Of course, the grenades are getting cooked up as well. Ooh, look at that.
That was almost, it hit quite near, but not just yet. Equalizer is trying to gatekeep Laram from entering the zone. But I do not see any. We're now seeing some support from Vayne coming onto the side. This is perfect. They are actually working together to make sure that Latam does not sneak in from behind.
Yeah, that was a good shot coming in from Vayne. Of course, Farok also now cooking up the utility, sending the grenades in, and with that, finds the finishing blow right on towards Isaac. But of course, the pressure is not dealt with just yet. We see yet another team now moving in here from the side, looking to get their own slice of that pie. Will they be able to get it done, though? Of course, Blue Zone is relentless as ever as we are on the 5th phase. Beautiful knock coming through right there.
Yes, and you can see it's just chucking on the help. And they are just trying to move into zone. They don't want to engage, but they can't help it. They need to. They need to take down the enemy ahead of them if they want to get in successfully.
Yeah, quite a few challenges still remain up ahead. Of course, now the players here from the Mena Slayers are still going to be continuing to push on in. We can see the players here from the Division 7 MMY also just setting up a little bit of a gatekeep for the players coming in from Mena Slayer. But this is a little bit of a risky play. We've got Jay, we've got Sniper Boy, but Sniper Boy now turning into a Spray Boy as he puts that M4 to some pretty good use. Of course, Vayne and the rest of the players here from the Mena Slayers are just hugging the heck again out of the terrain, looking to see if they can find a potential approach. But already 11 kills on board for them.
That is impressive. They just want to make a mark. They want to say, listen, we are not afraid and we are here to win.
Well, they are doing a really good job at that so far, but of course the zone is going to be applying the pressure once again as the blue zone starts with that rotation. We can see Rexpect now moving in from the southern side. They do find themselves up alongside quite a few other potential players. Jay now out in the open, having the hits come through. Will Jay, though, be able to make this work out? No, down he goes as Farok rolls on through. Rexpect also now having their own swing. You can see.
Yes, you can see it on the screen. They're actually utilizing the height of the terrain of actually taking out their potential enemies from below.
Yeah, and that is indeed what they are looking to succeed at. Up comes Kazu. Inside there of Rexpect, the vehicle taking several hits, unfortunately not being able to find a good position set up in the zone itself. But Mena Slayers, they are just looking to dominate the zone. As we can see, they've now taken a decent position, a good spread as well, and now it is down to the final 3 teams. Mena Slayers are looking absolutely fantastic as they step up with yet another confirmed 17 kills on board, but still all four players alive. Now Kazu coming under quite a bit of pressure here as he's trying to get out of that little shack, still trying to play the angle, but Miracle is going to be moving in, finds the first spray with that. The confirm comes through, and it is now 18 kills for Mena Slayers.
Wow, this is just insane. You wouldn't expect to see this happen on Miramar, actually. I'm just surprised. Now they're trying to go and flush the last player out, see if they can get the last point, make it a 19-kill game. Will they get it?
I don't know, but they are going to definitely try, and they do succeed. The Mena Slayers swoop in with an absolute beast mode of a game. Farok coming in with 12 kills. Equalizer, of course, you know, keeping it equal, sitting on a bubble there, having the 0 next to the name. But what an absolutely fantastic performance that was coming in from the Mena Slayers.
Indeed, indeed. That was an insane match. That was teamwork, team skill and teamwork all together, actually. even though Iklars did not get any kills this game, but you can certainly know that he was there supporting his teammates.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Of course, we are going to be jumping into a few of those match highlights, and we'll be returning with the match results in a short few moments. But as we go through this, I mean, we see this match being particularly top heavy. I mean, Respect also coming in with an insane amount of kills there, so we can see 8 kills on board for them, alongside the players there from PMRO actually only finding 1 kill, but they were able to sneak their way up in towards that second position. You know, placement points, they are still a good thing, but we know also those kill points, they do absolute wonders for the teams with regards to those overall points. And I do think we could see a little bit of a change up now coming into those overall standings.
That is very true. That is very true. Placement points is everything as well, just as much as kill points. So the scoring system that we are following here for PMMC is the same scoring system that the PMCO is following. So they actually managed to get second place, which is 12 points. So that's good for them. Now we're coming to some of the match highlights for match 2.
Yeah. And of course, while we get into these match highlights, we are also going to be continuing on with the giveaway there for the UC. So be sure to get those fingers ready to get the spam going once again. Already have our first winner for the first round being selected. So be sure to jump in and, get some of that UC going. But we'll see you guys back in a short while. Stay safe and see you back in a bit.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国革命精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de Miramar. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
All right, so here we are having a quick look at our match results. Welcome back, of course, if you're joining in just now. We've already gone through 2 matches, and to have a look at our overall standings so far, we can see the players there from Respect and Mena Slayers now both being tied up in that pole position, sitting on 44 points now. Irene, PMRO and Latam, they are right behind them on 22 points as well.
Oh yeah, we're just seeing neck and neck points right here. So once we have actually a tie, what determines who is above who is actually placement points. Then after that would be the chicken dinners, and then the last would be kill points.
Yeah, it is some pretty interesting points nonetheless to look at. We do see a little bit of a dominance coming in there from Respect, of course, as well as the players there from the Mena Slayers, both teams having taken those winner chicken dinners. But now, as we move on to that next page, these are, of course, the teams we are yet to see step up and, you know, show us what they've got. And of course, we are going to be providing that opportunity up next. But I mean, so far we are seeing the teams that already have stepped up and that have already played, already being able to, you know, get a good amount of points on the board so far.
That is indeed correct. So now for the upcoming match 3, we're going to see a new group coming in, which is Group D. So it'll be Group C versus Group D. Group C have already played. Group D would be fresh into the match.
Ooh, yeah, that is going to be quite interesting to see. That, of course, would include the players there from Latam Force, Era 403s. Just to name a few, we are going to be having a look at that as well, just to see, you know, who our teams are going to be that will be participating. But, of course, we are going to be jumping into another video once again. All right, so here we go, hopping into our teams. Of course, as you've mentioned there, Irene, we are going to be looking at the players here from Group C and Group D now having their opportunity. Group D, of course, going to be the fresh ones, if you've pointed out, coming in. It's going to be Latam Force, it's going to be Errors 403s, it's going to be Italy, as well as Mash Up. We've got PUBG Mobile Esports Blue in the mix, as well as the players then there from PTMS 2. That is the PUBG Mobile Turkey Moderator Squad 2, but the PTMS is just the shortened version of that. Of course, we've got the Romanian team as well as Team Germany.
So we're going to have actually quite a range of mix coming in right now. And I want to know right now in chat, who or which region are you rooting for? Which team and which region? I'm curious to see.
Yeah, I have to agree. So far, you know, we do have a nice bit of a lead being established already. So will we see anyone being able to catch up with the Respect and the Mena Slayers? Of course, the Mena Slayers, they finished on an absolutely beautiful game on the last one, right? That was their second match of the day, coming in from Group A there. And they were able to bring in a grand total of 34 points, 19 kills as we saw. Now, that was absolutely insane.
It was insane for one team to rack up so many kill points, but I think because they had that uphill advantage most of the time and they could actually gatekeep a lot of those players out.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, speaking about gatekeeping, we are going to be jumping straight up in towards Erangel, our home ground, the bread and butter of PUBG. So this is a favorite for quite a few of the teams, but I'm quite excited to see once we get through the next round of Erangel and Miramar. If we move up in towards those Sanhoks, I think it is going to be pretty spicy to see what the teams will bring. But of course, for now, we have to first move through Erangel to see what the players here from Group C and Group D are going to be bringing in. Now, I'm quite hopeful for Group C, but I'm also open to being surprised at the potential of Group D as they step in and show us what they've got.
Indeed, we do have some strong teams in Group D, such as the Romanian team, Team Germany, as well as PTMS 2. But we might see some other surprises. Who knows?
Yeah, that is always the thing. You know, we never quite know what it is that we are going to be getting once the teams step up to the plate and get ready to roll on with the action. But so far, we've been seeing quite a bit of action coming in our first two matches. Of course, over on towards Erangel, as well as on towards that Miramar section. And now, it is just a matter of time before we jump into our third match to see what these teams will bring. I'm particularly hoping to see a little bit of a chaotic zone, right? That is always quite
Very
exciting for
indeed.
the teams. I mean, first time around, it finished up on towards that military island.
And we weren't somehow expecting that just yet.
Oh. Well, it is time to get ready for the next match as we are prepping ourselves to quickly jump in towards that. Of course, Erangel is gonna be the name, but who will be the team to grab that winner chicken dinner?
Indeed.
All right, and we are back. We're hopping straight into the flight path here to see where the teams are going to be going. As we can see, of course, it is coming in from the southwestern side, coming in alongside that Sosnovka military island, making its way just past Mansion and, of course, Lapovka to end up fairly up towards that northeastern side. So I'm curious to see where the teams are going to be dropping down here, Irene. I mean, this is not the most ideal flight path, but still a fairly decent flight path.
Indeed, indeed. So we might see some just take advantage of military base, who knows, or just go center of the map.
Yeah, it could swing either which way, but of course now the teams need to try and get themselves established in some interesting positions. And of course, we already see one team heading straight on towards the Sosnovka military base itself. So that is actually going to be a fairly decent starting point. I mean, regardless of where the zone goes, they can now just loot up on the military island without really having to worry about any traffic, even if they move to those bridges.
That's very true. Out of every team who's playing in this match, only one decided to go to military base.
Ooh, well, who knows? Maybe there could be some great things to come from that. Of course, all the teams now pretty much making their way off of the plane. We're just waiting to see where that first zone is going to be forming up into. But we also have, a few teams already in a very good position within the zone, as the zone now appears to be well, all the way over towards that far western side. But look at Yasnaya and this whole northern side of the zone.
Yeah, it's like, I think a lot of these teams' favorite drop spot must be Yasnaya, school and apartments and Roz. Because that is the general direction where everyone went off to, actually.
Ooh, of course, 403. There, ooh, what is... Okay, hi, hello. Thanks for coming. Nice parking. There we go. But this is going to be such a challenging play, actually, for a lot of these teams. Seeing that we've got such a heavily congested region with so many teams in very close proximity. But, of course, a lot of them not really having much weapons to speak of just yet.
No,
so
not yet.
It's going to be quite a fight.
Whipping out those pistols. Western-style pistols.
Oh, yes. I mean, if not, why not?
That is true. So now I think some teams are just trying to establish a rotation now. I see they're grabbing some vehicles on the way. We have a 403 team. I think they're trying to go probably to Severny to get some loot, and then probably make their way back into zone.
Yeah, it could either be Severny or all the way up towards the shooting range. We'll have to see where Mummy and the rest of the team make their way on towards. But of course, if we jump on towards school, this is where things are also looking a little bit jam-packed, as the teams aren't really too phased about school itself. They are more concerned about getting those positions over in towards the zone, which makes sense, seeing that the zone has shifted so far over on towards that western side mashup. I mean, they just come through flying in towards the zone, taking the Koenigsegg, into a few interesting positions there. But if we look over on towards Yasnaya, this is where we see two teams now just having a little bit of a standoff here. Blue Fox, of course, on that far eastern side, but we see actually three teams in this region.
That is correct. Yasnaya is one of the most popular places, not only in terms of cover, but as well as loot. You are sure to guarantee to get something quite fast and quite easy to, establish yourself if there's any enemy attack nearby.
Well,
which is happening quite right now. There's quite of a standoff between Team Blue Fox and I believe that is Rexus from the Philippines.
Yeah. So now it is going to be a play to see who's going to be the team to grab, or rather gain control of Yasnaya. But I mean, this is an interesting decision that they are making here, seeing that the zone has shifted west. I mean, they are not in zone by any measure, so ideally we'd like to see the teams rather focus on getting those rotations sorted to get into zone and taking a fight from that point. Because yes, okay, it is still the first phase, right? They can afford to have a bit of a fight and then only, start to worry about those rotations. But the sooner they can get that ball kind of rolling, the better it would be for them to make it up potentially into the late game.
That is very true. That is very true. But probably they are not making that quick escape just yet because there are no vehicles around them to do so. So they have to somehow make their way through Yasnaya, through the different teams, see who they can take down in order to make that escape to zone. But we already see one team is actually leaving the vicinity or close to leaving the vicinity. But they might be just running into another team, the PTMS too.
Oh, yeah. You see, this is where there's always like a snake in the grass. And we're not even on Sanhok yet. I mean, we're still getting there. But yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of a fight for these teams to try and get those rotations secured. But this is now where the players here from PTMS have the opportunity to move in and potentially grab a few more kills on towards the players here from the Meraputi team. Hey, ooh, this is the team which DK is in, right? But he's not playing. Why not? Come on.
That is true. That is very true. We have to see that DK.
Yes.
That impersonator.
No, namesake. That's what it is. Not impersonator, it's a namesake. But of course now, the players here from Mera are going to be looking to apply quite a bit of pressure. They've already been able to get that first knock in. But a quick reposition coming in from the side there of the PTMS team as the grenades get now flung over. But are they going to be able to make their grand escape?
No, those shots are not connecting. They could have potentially either exploded the car or got a knock out of that car, but that was not the case.
Such an unfortunate delay, but of course they lost one of their players just then. Gash, ooh, alright. The rest of the team are going to be trying to fly their way up the hill. That's not really what this vehicle was designed for, but hey, you know, it's probably worth the shot. Just try and push up the hill and see what you are able to accomplish as we now jump a little bit further up to the north, heading straight up in towards Savernia. And this is where we see now the players from the side of Italy going up against the team here from Era 403.
Indeed, they both have the same plan, the same idea to hit up Savernia. And I think they are aware of each other's potential location. Now it's just about who has the better advantage. Oh, now we're seeing some shots from Amani landing. Few on Marika. Oh, nope, caught in the open. Unfortunately, event finished.
Pop Pig. That is a very interesting name to have. Not quite sure how that was derived, but hey, who knows? You know, here we go. So we got Piston, Lord of the Rings, and then of course Bebecita looking to make a bit of a play here for the side of 403. But I mean, they've already been able to find quite a few hits up in towards Italy, but we got a good relocation or repositioning rather coming in there from the side of Italy. But they are leaving Pippa Pig all alone, completely isolated. So, ooh, beautiful shots coming in there with the DP28 now.
That was a very good landing shot. Managed to get his health quite low, but not enough for a knock. They did manage to do a trade-off of a 1-to-1, so now there are a 3-man squad for both teams. Not a bad trade-off, so it kind of evens the field. But we're gonna see it maybe from 4-3 trying to rush up, maybe to grab some more of those kills. But will they make their grand escape? Will Italy make their grand escape? That is the question.
Well, I don't know. I hope they combo loaded before coming into today, you know. A lot of fuss is always a good idea before big day. So let's see now. Those rotations up ahead. But of course, Bebecita coming in with a DP28 spray. But Pippa Pig just patiently waiting alongside the shack. A good setup here. Curious to see whether or not Pippa Pig is going to be able to get a potential clutch in this position, as we do have a Lord of the Rings there and Piston getting ready to move up, as well as that blue zone. Up comes the rush. Pippa Pig comes strafing up, picks up the first one. Is this going to be Lord of the Rings? Will it be the one to rule them all? We don't know just yet. Pippa Pig, just waiting to see. Oh, come on. Does try a little bit of a strafing. Piston.
Oh, managed to get that knock. And in time just to, if you can open the door, to revive their teammate. That door can be tricky, you know?
Yeah.
You can find it locked or unlocked sometimes.
Yeah, that is always quite a bit of a challenge. But now it is up to 403 to get their butts back up in towards the zone as we are about to jump into our second phase. That blue zone is nearly done, but now as we head up in towards Pachinki, we can actually see the players here from PTMS trying to make their way up towards the church. Now, this is not a bad position to be in. Yes, it is over on towards the eastern side of the zone, but there's so much space actually to work with, as this could be a good potential setup, depending of course on where this next phase is going to be taking the teams. Already we do see a few teams that have taken the plunge and got those rotations sorted all the way over on towards that far western side. Oh, but look at that zone now centering up so beautifully.
It is not a very hard shift from any of the teams. A lot of them are quite still in the circle, with some good positions as well. Some of them are in the compounds, establishing themselves. Now they just have to wait it out if they do not want to, rush aggressively. Just wait it out until the next turn pops up again, and now we're just in phase 2.
Yeah, well, phase 2 is maybe where it will be at. Of course, we see Victus coming in with a little bit of a crash there, right up alongside the players here from Team Germany. I actually have only seen one shout-out actually coming in there for the players of Team Germany. If we're looking in the chat, I can see it's come in from Le Fiend. Oh.
Le Fiend, way to go. Go Team Germany. Let's hear it, guys, in the chat. Let's hear which team you guys are rooting for.
Yeah, but it's good to have our old Don Nadir in here. He got tired of ranking, so he decided to join us back in the stream here. So welcome back, of course. Yeah, and old Prestige is also going at it, as we can see, saying if Piston, if he dies, he's going to be kicked from the clan. So he needs to perform, he needs to step up and shape up and keep those hits going. But of course, now as we look on towards the players here from PTMS2, you can see Victor's now just trying to secure a few angles there, but not a big major push really coming in for that church that we see off over in towards Pachinki.
No, not yet. I think they are still trying to scout it out. They know where they're getting shot just from about, so they know there's a team just across the road. They're trying not to get the revive, which I think they will be able to with Big Large, just in time as well.
I'm laughing at Nadir with his arigato, and like I'm gonna slaughter the rest. But yeah, what's up? Of course. I mean, this is still a little bit of a standoff, though, right? We've got 16 teams, 55 players left. We are nearing the end of our second phase. We got less than a minute remaining on the clock, and yeah, this is going to be a pretty interesting rotation, though. I mean, the zone shifting over towards the western side always brings with it quite a bit of chaos. And now, as we look over on towards the players here from PTM S2, they are coming under quite a bit of fire as Team Germany now looks to strike down.
Indeed, they're putting up a good fight. They've got actually 2 of the teams from PTMS knocked. Now they're going to get the final finish from Team Germany, gets that squad wipe.
Yeah, of course, Mapolo comes in, playing a little bit of Marco Polo, spotting out the players there from PTMS2, sending them right on away. And some 3 easy kills now coming in for them. But of course, Blue Zone is still right there alongside them, but they can't move up too freely just yet. They do have the players here from Lesquere, Roj. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it, but that's my best try, my best attempt coming in for that. And I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing. They also still have to try and get their butts up into zone, as they've not secured a position just yet, but they are also only a 3-man team.
Indeed, indeed. I think they are just waiting for the right time to push into zone when they know that there's nobody else behind them. They probably suspect a team still in this northern side of Georgia Pool. But are they probably going to come for a drive-by, sweep up their last remaining teammates, and then probably go in for the safer location from the blue zone?
Well, I'm not quite sure if that's Upsi or Oopsie, but let's go for Upsi, as it makes a little bit more sense here. And with that, we see the players from 403 also coming in with those rotations. Now just crossing the bridge. Ooh, a little bit of a bumpy. What is that?
Wow, 2 knocked. I think they did not strategize that rush quite quite, actually. They probably assumed that they could have a upper advantage by giving them the surprise, but Team Germany is actually doing quite the opposite. They are giving them a surprise.
Wow. I mean, it's good to see Zero at least now, you know, this time around having a little bit of weaponry as well as having a bit of armor. But with Team Germany now looking to push in, this could be the end. And of course, that is exactly what it is, as the players there from Leskere Roj, again, apologies if it's wrong, but hey, you know what? It is what it is. Well done. They've been sent back into the lobby, and Team Germany now sit on a very comfortable 6 kills.
That is very true, and also this is just their first game as well. This is the first time we're seeing Team Germany in action. Can they be contesting for the, you know, top spots?
Who knows? Maybe they might very well be able to do that. Of course, now. Oh yeah, yes. There we go. Get yourself prepped up for the match. That is exactly what we want to see. You know, the players psyching themselves out before rotating into zone. And I mean, Rix's, they've got actually quite a bit of ground to cover. We can see them all the way over on towards that eastern side. They now need to start making their way in towards the zone. And if they do that early enough, they should be able to secure a decent compound, as you know, the rest of the teams are more concentrated towards the northern side.
Indeed, indeed. And also, if you remember that one team that landed over a military base just now made it into zone through the bridge, through the west bridge, that is Latam Force, and he's just chilling. He took it quite easy. He was the only one coming in from military base with nobody to contest that breach bomb.
Well, that is a, let's call it, that is a big brain approach.
Big brain, big brain.
Yeah, whether it's intended or not, doesn't matter. It will be a big brain approach for this time around. But of course, now speaking about big brain, we can see Dim does find the confirm on towards Bebesita there, as they get sent away, bleeding out very slowly. But of course, the players here from Mashup now need to not only mash it up, but they need to reposition, get a strong angle in this coming phase, as they've got about 50 seconds or so remaining on the clock. And now, if we look closer towards Shop 6, this is where things could get a little bit spicy. We've got the players here from the esports blue team up alongside the Romanian team.
That is, they've established their positions quite safely for now, these two teams. I don't think they're going to be pushing each other just quite yet, unless necessary.
Well, I'm curious to hear what the predictions are. I mean, let us know in chat, who do you think is going to be the team to take the victory here? We still have 14 teams remaining. We've only seen a few of them getting sent away into the lobby. And I mean, so far, we've been actually seeing quite a bit of satisfactory PUBG mobile action. And now, Karma coming in there from Cuerma Santos, I believe. No, Cuerma Sports. Wow, I should learn to read.
Cuerma Sports.
Yeah. Finding a few hits. Of course, Emilia also now, you know, getting that psych ready. That is what you want. You want to be psyched up, ready to roll, so that when you find yourself in that opportunity, you can just go like, ah, and then, you know, go crazy.
Indeed, indeed. And even here, so, we have the Miracle that's actually coming in, trying to occupy the same compound as the Romanian team is occupying right now. Let's see this close quarter comeback. Who's going to come out victorious after this four-round fight?
Yeah, of course, now. Good gear, 200 IQ. Oh! Gets taken right on down. Beautiful push coming in as the players there from Meraputi push forward. They still are able to hold on to their numbers, just narrowly making it in for that res. But are they going to be able to push forward now? I mean, there's still a little bit of third here.
There's in the car. He's sitting in the car chilling.
Yeah.
Do they know he's in the car?
I don't know. But Putin, I mean, he should add the 200 IQ to his name, because that so far is looking to be a pretty boss level play.
He couldn't survive for that long.
Yeah, at least he had his seatbelt on. That to me, like that counts. You know, like he was playing it safe. You know, sitting in the car, seatbelt on, ready to go whichever way it does go. But of course, now as we jump on forward, we can see the players here from Team Germany, Upsi or Upsi, whichever, caught up in the attic with the players there from the side of, I believe that's Rixus, that we have hanging around just outside the building.
That is right, and we still have some actual teams rotating in. But they're not going to be stopping. No way, Jose. They're going to go straight towards zone for a better position.
Yeah.
Now, this could become actually a quite open play. So far, I believe that there is not much of a cover or not much of compounds lying around in this open field.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough field to play. And this is where, of course, the teams can start farming those kills, as there's a lot of potential angles to take here. And it all comes down to... it's kind of a first come, first serve. Get yourself into a decent position, set up a bit of a gatekeep, and then just, you know, let that M249 fly. But speaking about flying, that is what we see happen here with the grenades now. As the players here from Team Germany look to get a little bit more aggressive. The reinforcements have arrived, but they're going up against the side here of Blue Fox. We got KO, and the rest of the squad now just looking to make a bit of a stand here. Ooh, are we going to see those shots come through? Look at Team Germany. They're moving up as a unit, utilizing the numbers. But, of course, Blue Fox, they are lying in wait. They're like, step up. I'll show you what I've got. There's grenades flying in. Ooh.
Wow. The beauty of this, what Team Germany is quite doing right now, is going one by one. They spot where one player is, then the next person comes in and tries in for the knock, just as what they did right here, and they actually got the final flush.
Ooh. Wow, that was a beautiful push coming in from Team Germany. Now, of course, they are sitting on a very beautiful 10 kills as well. Double digits on board. Fourth phase has caught up with them. Those rotations now need to come through. And as we jump a little bit further on towards this western side, this is now where the players here from Mera are up alongside the players here from Barrio. But with that, the knock comes through. Oh, yet another one finds its way on in. Who's going to be able to make it out of this one? Sean just hugging up alongside the tree.
Yeah, there's two players up for their team. They might just wait it out or actually do an aggressive push. We have a nade cooking back there. Oh, that nade might... Nope. Managed to get that knock. And, you know, did a little side-to-side shimmy to avoid, but not long enough.
Ooh, yeah, up comes Paco from behind, steps up, and with that, Barrio Siempre gets another few knocks. Now it is all down to Hippo. Will Hippo be able to get himself out of this one? Of course, now Hippos, you know, they perform quite aggressively if you come between them and the water. So that could maybe be a thing here. As we know, there's a little bit of water positioned further down south, to the east, to the west, all directions around. But is there a team standing between Hippo and that safe passage towards the waterline or the coastline? We don't know. But so far, the players here, of course, from Barrio are going to be sitting quite comfortably there on their 7 kills. Hippo has now been able to just reposition a lot closer towards the zone. But of course, up ahead, we do see the players there from 403, as well as the players coming in there from Team Germany. So, you know, the pressure is not going to be going anywhere just yet. In fact, it is only going to get harder and harder from this point forward.
Indeed. Some couple of teams are still quite out of zone. They'll be needing to make sure they have a vehicle actually to cross that open terrain and not get caught out in the open. Hopefully they do find that. As we can see here now, we have a 1v2 situation. Will he be able to get the final finish? Oh, they got that knock.
Oh.
2 team players down for PTMS.
Wow, Owen just holding their own there, just putting the shots in. But of course, now up comes Burke, looking to move in, trying to get that clean sweep. Will he be able to be successful? It's going to be the last remaining hopeful. Ooh, Owen now just cleaning it up, getting those confirms locked in. But with that, the players here from Querma are going to be looking to push further up. Oh, of course, the back tire has been popped. Rixus also finding themselves in a very difficult position as the PTSM steps up. Burke comes in swinging, chasing the blue zone, but with that, causing quite a bit of havoc here for them, and off they go.
Off they go, but Burke managed to get an additional 3 kills, if I'm not... Yes, 3 kills for his team, actually. So he's not going out in vain, as now the health is chucking down from the blue.
Wow. All right, so now the challenge is going to be for the teams to get a decent setup. Of course, up north, Hippo is feeling the pressure. Upsea gets taken right on down, but now the players here from Division 7 MMY, they have a very controlling position within the zone itself. They can now just sit back, relax, and just shoot everyone to pieces as they try to take this invasion in. But they gotta be careful though, because Owen and the rest of the players here from Guarma are gonna be looking to push in from that southeastern side.
Indeed, indeed. And now we're having probably a situation. Oh, a 1v1 situation, 1v2 situation with these two teams.
Wow. This is chaos as the players here from Guarma look to push in. Division 7 are coming under fire, but also the players there from Team Germany are moving in from the north, just picking away at whoever is up ahead of them. Of course, our final 5 teams are going to be fighting it out. We've got 2 teams just having a bit of a swing up on the hillside. As you can see, Vams coming in with that sending away yet another one of the opposing teams, and this is where things are going to get tougher and tougher. 4 teams left, 11 players surviving. Who's going to be the team to claim that victory as Division 7 now also loses yet another player?
Indeed. Now we're down to, what, 3 teams left? 9 alive? This could be looking to be a Team Germany's win.
It could be. I mean, they have a good position. They've got good numbers working in their favor. And now they are in such a position where they can actually just pick away at the players there from Vamos. The Vams, rather, as they look to make their way in it towards the zone. Well, I like to add on some extra letters, I guess. But maybe Zeus could get something done. You know, just narrowly making it up into zone. Of course, getting a little bit excited there, trying to jump over the smoke. You're going to have to jump a lot higher than that. But, well, who knows?
Need that bungee jumping, bungee jumping trampoline.
Oh, 7 players remain. And, of course, the zone shifting up now in favor of the players there from Guarma Sports. So, who knows? Maybe this could take an interesting twist. I mean, we came into this, we said, you know, Team Germany, they're looking pretty good. They could maybe be stealing the show here, but they are now put in a difficult position. They need to try and reposition their way back into wood zone. And looking at Guarma's angle, they could maybe look to put a bit of a stop to that.
Yes, indeed. They actually have a quite open sights along on Team Germany. As long as Team Germany have actually enough utilities to, such as smokes, they could actually go and use the smokes to get into the zone. But seeing as now they are 1 man down, they get to get everybody off. But the zone is actually moving. Will we see them in a successful gatekeeping? Will they be able to gatekeep Germany here? Actually.
Oh, they might very well be able to do exactly that. As we can see, Mapolo now looking to push in. We got Centra also on the approach. Oh, now the smokes have been deployed, but out comes the grenades now getting flung over. Oh, are they going to find the point? A lot of explosions erupting all over the place. Very fortunate for the players here from Guarma. Those canisters can't really get exploded just yet, but with that, the players from Team Germany are reduced down to only 2. And of course, it is now between Team Germany and the players coming in from Guarma. Of course, Mapolo.
Oh, they're rushing.
Yeah, look at this.
Get the final kill right now. Oh, that was a close ending, actually.
Yeah, Guarma.
GG's Guarma.
Yeah, Guarma Sports stealing the show. They're finishing off really strong. And of course, just look at the amount of kills they were able to find there. 10 kills alongside that winner chicken dinner. And then as we move a little bit further down to players there from Germany, 15 kills on board. Vams coming in with 4 kills to their name. So still some pretty decent numbers, some pretty impressive amounts of damage being dealt by the teams here. But, you know, we got to have a look and see how that then impacts our overall leaderboard. Of course, we'll be having a look at that in a short few moments. But, of course, we have a few of those match highlights coming in as well.
Indeed, we're going to be seeing some of the replays back from the matches. Hopefully some of them caught by surprise.
Alright guys, though, be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you back in a short few moments. Don't go anywhere. And of course, remember, the spam is about to come back once again. So be keeping an eye on the chat there. If you see the message being dropped that you can spam ahead, well, please do that. We are giving away some UC, so be sure to get into that.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国革命精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya. Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de Miramar. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей в текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. We're getting ready for our next match. But before we get into our next match, of course, we have to give a big shout out, a big thank you to the production team for doing such a fantastic job. And of course, we got to thank our sponsors. Irene?
Yes, of course, we would like to also not only thank the production team to make all this possible, but also to thank the sponsors who is, making also this tournament possible, which is great. And that would be Daniel and myself.
Yeah, that's yeah, I was having a good bit of a giggle when I asked who the sponsors are, and you said, "Oh no, it's you." But yeah, of course, big thank you to both you and to Daniel for making this possible for the teams, and it's so far proving to be a very exciting event. You can see just how exciting it is. I mean, Irene is perfectly good at remaining absolutely motionless on camera. That is a next level skill, I have to say. I've tried it a few times, but it's quite difficult to get it right, as I can just certain words work and other words don't work so well. So, it's just one of those things. Oh, there we go. Oh, not yet. Okay, but either way.
Not yet. Oh, we'll get that fixed.
Yeah.
Along the side.
For now, I'll just be jealous that you are able to keep, keep that pose for such a long time without even flinching. I mean, that is like, you haven't even blinked your eyes, so that is absolutely amazing. But of course, speaking about amazing, we are going to be getting ready to move into our fourth match. And speaking of our fourth match, we are going to be having a look at the teams that will be participating. For that, we'll be seeing the players there from Group D as well as Group A now. So Group A is joining us back in once again. So we're going to be seeing the players there from the Akmat team. We're going to have the Capi Bravas, France, Bolt, Mena Legends, the players from Esports Red, Indo Pride, the Romanian United Forces, aka RAF, and of course the players there from Team Nordic stepping up, looking to show us what they've got. And so far, I mean, it's been pretty neck and neck in the leaderboard.
It is. Not only that, this will be Group D's second match, as well as Group A's second match of the day.
Yeah. But of course, I'm looking to see if we're going to have any potential team from Group A actually catapulting themselves up that leaderboard. Currently, I'm trying to have a bit of a look, trying to see where these teams currently are with regards to the leaderboard. And so far, we don't really see any of the teams from Group A being positioned too high up. So who knows? Maybe this could be the match in which we see that change up completely, and the teams now actually stepping up. Oh, there you are. Wow, you hit the unpause button. Well done.
Yes. That is also true. That is very true. So this is we'll be going into the fourth match, which is Miramar. So the map that everyone will be playing is Miramar. So we'll see how will these teams actually fare.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they will have for us. For our next match, we are going to be, as you rightly said, we're going to be heading straight up in towards Miramar. This is going to be our last Miramar match for the day. After this, it is right into some of that jungle action over on towards Sanhok. So I'm quite excited to see what those two particular matches will bring. But of course, first up, we need to hop straight back into the desert, get those bolties ready. Get ready for some crazy dusty action.
Right, the perfect map to get that perfect snipe. Like I said before earlier, it is sniper's heaven.
Yeah, sniper's paradise even, So,
sniper's paradise.
It all depends on where the zone goes. And actually, we had a player called Sniper, so, who knows? Maybe this could be where it all happens. Of course, having a look at our match standing. This was the match, just the previous one we had. The players there from Team Germany actually taking pole position. But of course, we did see the players there from Querma Sports finishing up with the winner chicken dinner, just finding themselves 2 points behind. But Team Germany really making up for that with an absolutely amazing number of kills. Once again, 15 kills on board. Of course, Querma coming in with their 10 kills. And then we see another impressive performance also coming in from the players there from Barrio Simpre.
Indeed, we got to see some of them actually do some action earlier in the game. Now we have also as well the overall standings. We've actually had 3 different teams collect 3 different chicken dinners.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, look at that though. I mean, Team Germany, they're pretty close to the players there from Guarma Sports. But so far, Respect and the Mena Slayers are just slaying it up at the top, sitting on their 44 points. And it is getting a lot more hot and heated on that, on that left side on the top of the leaderboard. But as we move down, there's still a few teams we are looking to see to come in with a few performances. I mean, there's been a lot of very close potential plays, but not a lot of those plays that have really looked like. And that was our cue for a little bit of awkward silence as we get ready to jump straight up into the game. As we're ready to move up in towards Miramar, the flight path, of course, starting up in the north. We can see the lovely map spread out down below. The oasis just rendering in. So we've got a pretty good idea of where we are. And it seems to be an almost vertical flight path as we now jump on to the map there. Of course, coming in from Torre Ahumada, heading all the way down past Los Leones, and of course stopping all the way on that southern coastline. So again, this is a fairly decent flight path these teams have to work with. I'm curious to see where they're going to be going, but more importantly is where is that first zone going to be performing?
Yes, while we wait for that first zone to pop up, we've already had an early parachuters in the beginning. They're looking to go to Campo Militar, and then we're going to see probably some teams veer off to one of the bigger locations for that stack loot.
Well, speaking about stack loot, right? I want to get the chat stacked up with predictions, right? Because I can see a few coming in. I've got one where I read one now where they said, Lord of the Rings is going to kill everyone this time around. So we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we got E2 saying that snipers and DMR. Yeah, it is absolutely amazing. I love it. Let's see that multi action come through. But give me your predictions. Let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to be the team to reign supreme, walk away with that lovely chicken dinner? Maybe Bolt could get into some Bolt action. Who knows?
Ah, indeed. Also, we have not only that Team Germany who's playing in this match, who also played in the previous match that actually came in second place. Can they actually replicate what they had in the previous match? Can we see the same in Miramar from Team Germany?
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait. Maybe they'll be able to replicate that and bring in another smasher of a play. For the time being, we are going to be looking at the teams over on towards that eastern side, pretty close to the junkyard. As we can see, the Capibravas. Tamila just waiting patiently. Ooh.
Yes, they managed to get a good couple of hits on Unknown. Now, we have from Capibravas alone. Is that probably Amelia? No, Tamila. Tamila is by her lonesome. Now I'm curious. Where's her teammates?
Ooh.
Well,
Tamila. Yeah, Tamila doesn't need teammates. Tamila can step up and take on the unknown. With Madmen also now just looking to move up with a little bit of that reinforcement coming in. But now, Dim looking to see if any of those angles could present itself on towards Tamila. Not quite sure if Dim will have some slim chances here, or maybe if Tamila is going to be able to clutch this one out.
True. Let's see. Tamila is trying to get the flush, to get that 1 point, not to make sure that knock is going to waste.
Alright. Comes a little bit of a shuffle. Out in the courtyard. Oh, come on. Nice. Down goes Dim. Tamila is successful, and with that picks up the confirm, but up comes yet another customer. Will this be a satisfied customer, or will it be an unhappy customer? We're going to have to wait and see. So far, Tamila holding pretty strong. Getting a 2 for 2 so far. So 2 down, 1 more to go.
Indeed. And now we're also getting some support coming in for the teammates. Now I'm trying to get that flush with mashup.
Oh, come on. Milan needs some meds. I mean, so far, absolutely amazing performance coming in and not a single med in sight. So I'm hoping to see Tamila actually 1v1 the heck out of this one, as we do have Metano 4KA. Wow, some complicated names here. But of course, now let's see whether or not this is going to be the final showdown for the players here from matchup. Been reduced to almost dots. Up comes Pizza. Up comes Dagger. Up comes the whole squad. Oh!
Full squad rush.
Yeah. Good to see Pizza step up, you know. I like Pizza. So well done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a minor correction. This is not Capybara's team. This is Ahmed's team, actually. There's just probably a little bit mistake in the logo.
Oh.
But the players that were playing were actually from Ahmed's team.
Oh, okay. Also, all right. So, okay. So I see it's not Lord of the Rings. It's a Law of Royal. I mean, Lord of the Rings sounds so cool, but you know, I'll go with the Law of Royal. There we go. We shall adopt that name now. It's unfortunate, but hey, you know, having a bit of fun there. But as we move on, oh, I almost thought that said Draco, but it said Darko, so it's pretty close. But as we move up and towards Campo Militar, we see the players here from Italy making their way on through. And it's not too often that we actually see teams dropping this far up in towards the northeastern territories.
Right, and they actually have this whole place to themselves, so they can actually quite loot quite easily at their own pace, totally calm, and no one's gonna go up that north. So they're probably not gonna be expecting any team to rush them there.
Well, let's see. Sorry, I just saw Nadir coming in here saying, shout out lasagna.
Lasagna. Now I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too. I just ate, but I'm hungry. I gotta agree with you on that one. But of course now, Bolt are gonna be finding themselves in a little bit of a predicament here, as we can see the players from Esports Red just creeping up in their business here. But a good spread both coming out from both teams here. I mean, players from Bolt occupying a 2-2 split. We can see, is that a 2-1 split? No, it's a 2-2 split. So we got two players occupying the one compound, the other two on the opposite end, and the same coming in there from Esports as well. So this could be quite an interesting engagement once both these teams really get up into the action.
Indeed. Now we have just looking a little bit around, they are trying to figure out the best angle, the best position to see if they can actually get an opening knock.
Yeah, and those opening knocks are going to be absolutely crucial. I mean, we've seen that strategy being applied a few times before, where the knock comes in followed up with a pretty aggressive rush. But will that be on the table for the players here from Esports Red? Will that be on the table for Bolt? We don't know. We have to wait and see. But of course, both teams find themselves in a very kind of similar position here, where they could apply that exact strategy.
Indeed, indeed. But just to keep in mind, apologize to the audiences that the logos are not correct representation for the team. So this is actually Team France versus Mini Legends. So we probably just have to look out for the tags for the players.
Oh, see, so we were looking for things to get a little bit difficult, right? So not only is it going to be difficult for the teams, it is going to be tricky for us as well. So if I read it wrong, I'm sorry. I'm saying that in advance because I'm probably going to do it a few times. But hey, you know.
That's fine, that's fine. This is more for the audiences who are sitting and watching, listening to us. This is not Esports Red, and the team that they're fighting against is not Bolt. The logos were a little bit messed up a little bit, but this is actually Team France versus Mini Legends. So we have from the Middle East region versus from Europe. Now, who's going to come out victorious out of these two?
Le français, c'est mon préféré. Sorry.
I'm sorry, my French is not that good. I'm not even going to attempt.
Don't worry, neither is mine. Neither is mine. But we'll have to wait and see what the players here from France are going to be doing. Will they get the jump? Will they get the hits? The Mini Legends, as you said, up ahead. Ooh, Yeah, this is, but still, they still holding on to these splits very well. You know, no one is really looking to break the ground just yet. They seem to be pretty stuck in their positions. Ooh, we do have the grenades, of course, now just rebounding off the wall. They're not really finding its position just yet, but another attempt could possibly be in the pipeline.
Indeed, they're still now just dancing with each other back and forth, trying to see who's going to get that peak where they can actually get that opening knock. But they are so far having good hiding spots, I would say. They are keeping themselves pretty safe behind those walls.
Our hide-and-seek champions
Mm-hmm.
having a bit of a go here for the title. Who's going to be the one to walk away with that? Of course, they are going to be fighting for control here of Monte Nuevo. Ooh, up comes the Mollies, just trying to heat things up a slight tad bit. Of course, we got the Levi. Well, I struggle with names, but that's okay. It's no surprise. Of course, we got Darko also keeping a very watchful eye down below, waiting for those opportunities to present itself. And I'm curious to see, though, where the zone is going to be going. We can see the blue zone on the approach, the safe zone, just positioned over on towards that southeastern side. So, I mean, at some point, these two teams will have to either get into the fight or they will have to find a way to disengage and reposition into the zone itself.
Indeed. And probably the smartest take from this is actually to get out of this town for now, as they are at the edge of the zone. They don't have that far to get into away from the blue. But at this point, this is quite pointless interaction. You are not going to get an opening knock at this rate, as seeing that no one wants to peek. No one wants to peek. No one wants to take that first shot just yet.
Yeah.
So the best strategy right now for these teams would be to actually get into zone, fair position, maybe catch them later on. Who knows?
Yeah. Only time will tell. Of course, that blue zone has caught up with the teams. They've got just over 2 minutes left before the next shift comes in once again. We do see Spark actually coming in with a nice little bit of a spray there on towards Walid, I believe that it was. But now it's been a fair trade-off to both teams. Either side getting a knock in. It's going to be up to Police, Darko, and Mocha to make a bit of a stand. But we do see those rotations now coming through as the players there from France are getting ready to head on back towards the zone, with the players here from the MENA Legends still being left to their own vices up in towards Monte Nuevo. But the blue zone is not going to be waiting for anyone, as we can see a lot of teams already getting their rotations in, starting to head a little bit further down, as the zone has now once again shifted towards that southern side again, heading in to that interesting region of the map where the teams really have to try and play the terrain, play that high ground, the valleys, and again, this could be a very exciting match.
Indeed, indeed, and I'm just waiting to see how this zone is going to play out near the end, if it's actually going to be an open finish, or we're going to get that hillside again, as in the first Miramar match, or we're going to see probably an ending in Los Leones, which is actually quite a very big city and a lot of room for these teams actually to hide.
Yeah, but as we've seen numerous times before as well, you know, once the teams get into the position up in towards Los Leones rather, it is quite tricky to actually disengage from that and rotate into another position, as you know, the teams that take those outlying angles really cause quite a bit of havoc. But now, as we move on through, the teams will continue with their rotations, trying to catch up with the zone. The players here from Esports Red, this is really them, I promise, as they now start making their way on through. But look at this.
Yes.
We could have a potential bridge fight coming in here with the players from Team Nordic.
But do they know that there's somebody there standing by the bridge? Probably, because they're actually quite looting in the open, which is surprising. I don't know if he's gonna take that opening shot, or he's just gonna be the quiet mouse till they leave. As seeing as he's the only team up left for his, the only actually member up for his team.
Well, that of course is the last remaining player for the side of Bolt. Meanwhile, up ahead, we do see the players here coming in for the side of the Capi Bravas, looking to apply a bit of pressure onto the players here from Team Germany. Oh, we got the grenades getting sent out. They do find a little bit of damage on towards Mapolo. Come on. Oh, just playing this ridge, not looking to put themselves in an exposed position just yet. But of course, they can hear that vehicle now just making its way on through. And very fortunate, rather, for the players there from Capi Brava. They are able to get a relatively smooth escape for the time being. But now up comes Team Germany. They spot them out and whoop, off they go, just ducking in behind the terrain. But they're not out of the woods just yet. They still need to try and continue with that path. And, well, of course, they go using the terrain as some beautiful hard covers. They now continue all the way back up in towards the zone.
That is indeed, that cover actually saved their butt from getting knocked. Or getting sprayed out of the car, actually.
All right, so here we go. Get the players here also now from the Blues. Let's see.
So we've got Mina Legends versus the Blues. So this is actually Esports Blue.
Yeah. Wonder if they're going to be singing the Blues. Not quite sure.
The Blues. So actually, these moderators who is on Esports Blue are actually part of my team under these PUBG Mobile Esports moderation. So I have high expectation for them. They better make me proud here.
I was about to ask, how would you rate their performance so far here today? You know, are you going to be having a little bit of a pep talk with the team afterwards and saying, come on, I was expecting more. You should step up and, you know, I don't know, whichever way that goes.
I have full faith in that team and in the team to do good.
There we go. That's the safe answer to give. And here we are now jumping right back up into El Pozo. As you can see, the players there from Esports Red looking to move a little bit forward. Of course, going up against the players here from PMRO, which have control of the blue bottom.
Yes, and so the Mila Legends are probably just going to step back for a second from there, seeing they could not engage. Here now we're looking at Esports Red trying to position themselves in zone safely, and looking at is probably might be actually a less Leonis finish.
Ooh. Of course, looking at where that zone is, yeah, I think we have a pretty good chance of this being a city finish. And we did see the players there from Esports Red now getting ready to roll on up. There we have Frozen and the rest of the squad now coming under fire as Putin now starts putting the shots in their direction. Few of them landing on the vehicles. The players themselves not really getting hit just yet, but well, Bulgaria and the rest of the players here from the Romanian team are not going to be stopping just yet. Going to try their utmost best. Will we see those heads find it all the way through? It could maybe just happen for them.
Indeed, indeed. I think they are just trying to make sure that they cannot utilize their vehicles, trying to make sure that they can land as much damage as possible to render them actually helpless out in the open.
Look at this, Buckite is still alive, still in the same position, hasn't moved a single inch. And of course, this is the last remaining hopeful for the side of Team Bolt. But with that, he gets taken down with a bolt action from the side of Team France as he gets sent away. Beautiful shots coming in. But now the pressure is still going to be on as the players here from RUF are going to be looking to take a little bit of a controlling position on the bridge.
Indeed. They are so far probably backing up just a little bit, but they know there's a team that has eyes on them. They're just trying to figure out where. They can see them actually driving away. They're probably thinking, okay, we're cool, we're safe. They're driving away.
Oh, yeah. Again, now this is where those positions are going to be quite essential, especially in the region of the map that we are moving up into. Of course, we can see a few more hits coming in the kill feed as well. As Indo Pride comes in swinging, but oh, will we see Bessie find the hits there with a bolty? Just quickly repositioning, but it is not finding its way all the way up the hill. I mean, Team France just playing the ridge line here so beautifully, utilizing the hard cover to a beautiful extent.
Not only that, the range, the length of them landing those shots as well at Team Ref.
Oh, Yeah, rough, finding themselves in a little bit of a rough patch there. But as we jump on towards the players here from the Cape Bravas, going up against, oh, is it going to be PTMS2? A very spread out approach coming in from them. Of course, we got Kenneth on the front line just looking to draw their attention, while the rest of the team now actually swoops around from the from that eastern side, applying quite a bit of pressure on towards them, and they find the first knock on towards Halgor. Are they going to look to push in and get that squad right?
Oh, they actually managed to get that finish on Halgor. There's one team member knocked. They managed to get him up, so that's good. All right, we got the zone shift, so it's still not quite open. You still have some places actually to have a good hiding spot, I would say, in zone. So a lot of teams actually have to move from east into the zone. They might be running into some of these teams.
Yeah, I think a few of them might do a little bit more than might. We could potentially see quite a bit of chaos erupting across the map, as we do have the players there from Indo Pride up in the northwestern side, applying the pressure onto the Blues. You can see those knocks just finding their way on in. Now, will the hits continue to fly as Agata gets taken right on down? Up comes Mad Max. He's got that lovely AWAM in hand. Is he going to put it to some good use? Ben now trying to survive solo, and with that, the shots come through.
No, my team went out, but it's all good. It's all good. Seeing that they will have a couple more chances to play, but unfortunately they were stuck between the enemy and a tree.
Yeah,
and I guess no luck there for them.
Yeah, that's almost the extent of being caught in between a rock and a hard place. But unfortunately, this time around, it was a tree in a hard place. But as we continue forward now, we can see the players here from the Latam forces now cooking up their nades, getting ready to apply the pressure onto the players here from the MENA side. Are they going to be able to get that in on towards the MENA Legends? I mean, Latam forces, they've only got 2 players.
Indeed. Probably they could do wonders with just those 2 players. If they play it smart, play it safe, let them come to them, they could probably knock them off one by one.
It's all about divide and conquer. If they are able to get them to come in some interesting, I don't know, maneuvers or strategies or interesting ways to find those plays. Of course, we got a quick replay coming in there as well, as we can see Kenneth trying to come swinging. The hits come through, and with that, the Cape Bravas, find their way right back into the lobby. But still, we do have a little bit of a standoff here now between the players from the MENA Legends and the team there from the Latam Force. But, I mean, we got everybody as well as Tiki there.
Right, indeed. Let's see how this standoff goes, because obviously, as soon as the zone closes, we will have to see both of these teams move. But who's going to make that first step outside the door?
Yep, that is going to be the first step in the long range of steps to get themselves.
Long range indeed.
Yes, all the way back up in towards that zone. Because if we look at where the zone has gone now, I mean, Esports Red, as well as the players there from Italy, find themselves in a beautiful position. But look at the sprays coming through, though. Players here now from France are going to be looking to rough up the team here from RUF, from Rough themselves. But who's going to be the victors? We can see Faco. Just off in the distance, inching his way around. We got Chelby. I'm not quite sure how to say that, but whichever way, here we are. We got Theki also keeping a very watchful eye, just huddling up alongside the tree, but Spock follows through with the hit, picks up the knock, and now it is down to Faco to try and make this one work.
Yes, the only one standing, the only one that needs to rack up that position points. Probably be caught up. Oh, he's backfiring, trying to see if he can get one by one out, but let's see how this 1v2 situation goes. Too hot. And out. Back to the lobby. I am so sorry.
It's rough. What can I say? You know, that's just the way the battle royales go. That's just the way it works. And now the players there from Team France can live to fight yet another phase, another zone. Of course, the players there from Esports Red as well as Italy find themselves in a beautiful amount of hard cover, nearly smack dab center zone. But now the pressure's going to be on.
It is. It's such a perfect position what Esports Red have right now. All of them. We'll see if it's going to be actually more centered even more towards Esports Red, and teams will have to start rushing towards them, and they can actually pick them out on the open. Because it is quite an open space still. It's not quite compacted compounds all around, but just enough cover to save you if you were ever caught out.
Yeah, and Frozen there reminding me of, you know, the song Let It Go as he fires off that shot, you know, just lets it go on towards the opponent. But up comes the blaze here now from Team Front. Oh, we got Theki coming in with that M349 looking to spray down like it's no one's business. But with that, of course, the players now coming in from MENA Legends run into an almost wall up ahead of them as they're trying to catch up not only with the blue zone, but they're trying to make it in towards safety as well. Players here from Team Germany now have their hands full as they've got quite a few visitors, unwanted visitors in the vicinity.
Indeed, probably did not see that car rush up, or they did catch it, but not enough to react to it, I would say, and that led them to having 3 players knocked, I believe.
Ooh. But now, Upsy is the last one that's Upsy. Is it going to be an Oopsie now? Oh, almost with that. Waleed comes in and sends them packing. With that, the players there from the MENA Legends bring in a legendary spray down. Of course, up comes Theki with an absolutely amazing grenade as Waleed gets blown to smithereens. Up comes the next one. Police almost finds himself in quite an alarming position.
That actually managed to knock Police's health down a little bit more. If Tiki actually threw in a 3rd grenade, it might have finished them.
Yeah, and could very much have done that. Fortunately for them, they've been able to just relocate, reposition to outside of the building. But it doesn't seem like Theki has been able to spot that just yet. Indo Pride are now also going to be rotating in, trying to squeeze back into that zone. But the pressure on the blue zone is eating away at their health. Theki now just trying to get as many meds as possible. But of course, we still have 7 teams remaining. Indo Pride trying to ride up that ridge line. Esports Red up ahead as we can see the knocks coming in, and now the pressure is on. We also have the players there from Nordic positioned up on towards the eastern side, and the zone sitting quite favorably for them.
Not only that, if I am not mistaken on this map, Error 4-3 actually have the best position in zone, and they have the high ground as well. They can actually pick out their teams, which is they're doing right now, one by one.
Ooh, but of course the knocks are coming through, as we can see the hits now. Trying to build up. We've got Italy holding up that front line, looking to see if they could potentially get a bit of a sneak approach in there. Of course, the law of a royal. We saw, I almost said the other word I was not supposed to say, but with that, I Woody gets taken right on down. Oh, come on, the pressure is on. Law of Royal just bleeding out slowly. Will we see that res come through? Is of course positioned up on the hill. Bebesita looking to push in. Beautiful exchange both ways. The Molly's getting deployed. Fortunately, being able to dodge that for the time being. But Pippa Pig cooking up a grenade, getting ready to send it up as well.
Indeed, Bebesita is the only player up for Error 403. And they're just chucking all the utilities at her, trying to see if one of them would connect. And that just did the trick. Then Nade took out the last standing player for Error 403.
Ooh, Frozen getting popped up into the microwave. They just put on defrost, and with that, Esports Red gets sent right on away back into the lobby. 3 teams now remain. It's going to be the players from Italy as well as Indo Pride up against the side there of Team Nordic. 9 players remain. Italy sitting on 3. Indo Pride also sitting on 3 players from what we can see, but if we look a little bit further up ahead, it is going to be absolutely chaotic as these 3 final teams now need to bring everything to the table, including potentially even the kitchen sink.
That is right, but most likely they'll need to get that perfect cooking going on. as we can see nades being chucked left and right, hoping to connect to one of the players hiding behind the wall.
Well, this is going to be a do or die situation now. All three squads, 3 players apiece. In the Pride sitting on 13 kills already. They've just been slaughtering and devouring the lobby as they move forward. But of course, we'll need to see whether or not they can continue with that momentum. I'm liking this position coming in from the players here of Team Nordic, just playing those outskirts, just looking to cause a little bit of chaos as they send the utilities in, but also Italy finding themselves in a very decent position here. So you can see that rush now coming through. Ooh, gets spotted and gets taken down right then and there, and Italy now reduced down to only 2.
And out of zone, that health is chucking away.
Yep, and it's going to be chucking one of these teams right up into that winner chicken dinner. Team Nordic now loses Linus. But now the pressure's on Mad Max, trying to get that res in. Oh, come on. The pressure is now being applied. It is going to be an absolute showdown as the final 2 teams get ready to fight it out. Up comes Mad Max up on the roof, tries to get the jump. Yes! But now... Oh,
that's some 200 IQ play, I say.
Yes.
Death from the top.
Yes, maybe even a 201 IQ. I mean, that is like absolutely insane stuff. But the players here from Indo Pride, they need to now try and play this zone as best they can. Of course, a quick nade trying to be sent up as well there from Morco. But it's not going to be finding its way all the way in. Ooh, a few attempts later, the smokes to accomplish exactly what they were aiming for. But now the pressure's going to be on. Well, we see the dangerous nades getting flung out. Up comes the beautiful one, just trying to fool them. The pressure's on. Oh, look at this play. Linus MVP is inching his way forward. Doesn't want to overextend just yet. But they do have a good position within the zone. They've got the majority, actually, of the zone in their control. And now the pressure's going to be on. Indo Pride needs to push forward.
They do. If they want to secure this chicken dinner, they have to push as a team. This is a 3v3 situation, and they know that they are the last team up. Now we're going to see who is going to be that brave enough to actually make that leap and rush in together. Are they going to go inside or are they going to come out? But we see already Nordic is taking a few steps closer, back out again. They're kind of debating where they want to go with this.
Oh.
Ah, that was a great molly, but we're hoping to see some more nades. Probably have utilized all their utilities earlier on and not left with any nades right now.
Well, it's going to be a tough one whichever way it goes, because we got only a few more moments remaining on the clock before that zone starts closing in. That, of course, is going to be the last phase, but the teams are not going to be waiting around all that long. As the shots come through, the first Indo Pride player falls, and now the pressure is on. It's going to be a 2v3. Up comes the rush, up comes the sprays. Beautiful trade-off. It is now up to Mad Max. Is he going to be able to push in and claim the victory? Quickly repositioning up top. Of course, all 3 players for the side there of Team Nordic still up and at it. Oh, he's going to get spotted. The shots come through. He does pick up the knock. It's a 1v1. Come on, Mad Max. Who's going to get it?
The 1v1 situation, which is quite fair. Now it's all up to gun skills here for these players. Who's going to get who?
Oh, some M&M action. Mad Max up against Marco. Who's going to get it? Come on. Out comes the rush, the strafe. Oh, a little bit of damage being dealt on towards Mad Max. And the hits are going to find their way. Quick confirm, but Mad Max not playing hide and seek, just trying to rush around. Oh, but unfortunately, the finishing blow comes in. And Team Nordic steal the winner chicken dinner, but they do so in beautiful fashion, finishing up on 10 kills. Of course, the players there coming in from Indo Pride, finishing exceptionally strong, as well as we can see finishing on a very impressive 14 kills.
GG's to Nordic. I would say that's actually a representation of the, where I'm from as well, from the Nordic Scandinavia. So it's nice to see like a part of, a team that I can relate to as well win a match. And this is their first one as well. So GG's to them. That was an impressive showing as well.
Well done. Well played. Absolutely beautiful action right here on Miramar. And of course, Oh, just looking at this, it seems like a lot of the teams up at the top has really been stealing the shows. As we look at the kill distribution going down, there's not a lot of kills really being brought in further down that leaderboard. But of course, with that, we are going to be jumping into a few of these match highlights just to remind you of the crazy action we had in this game.
Indeed.
All right, so, well, be sure to stay tuned. Of course, we are going to be waiting for that spam queue to come in momentarily as we just finished another match. So keep an eye. Should be popping up soon. But we'll see you guys back in a short few moments. And, of course, we will be returning with our match results for this fourth match. And it's finally time to head into some of that Sanhok action. So stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back in a short few minutes.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de Miramar. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей в текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
All right, welcome back, guys. We are going to have a quick look at our match standings. Of course, we can see players there from Indo Pride taking the pole position with 26 points on board, 14 kills. Of course, Team Nordic coming in with 25 with that chicken dinner. Then Italy coming in, securing themselves 13 points. And of course, the players there from Era 403 coming in on a very comfortable 11 points as well.
That is right. Way to go as well for the winner, who won the Chicken Dinner, Team Nordic, coming up full showing what they are capable of. So it was actually quite nice to see, all the different teams, how they actually think and challenge themselves around, these different maps.
Yeah, it is some pretty impressive stuff to see as the teams have made their way on through. Of course, unfortunately, it wasn't such a good game coming in for the players there from Esports Blue, the Capybravas, as well as Bolt and Mash Up. But, well, we are going to be moving into that fifth match where the teams will have yet another opportunity to see who's going to be the team to reign supreme. As we look at our overall standings now, we still see the players there from Respect, of course, and the Mena Slayers still sitting on their 44 points, with the Querma sitting on 36. And, of course, Team Germany, as well as Team Nordic, now inching their way further forward. Indo Pride, of course, right there, hard on the hills, sitting up in 6th place, sharing those 28 points.
As well, that we are going into day 2 tomorrow, which is going to be the finals, and only top 16 teams are going to advance from today. So there's not a lot of room for error. These teams have to show up in the last 2 matches. For some of them who has actually remaining matches, all teams play 3 matches each.
Yeah, that would have been quite a funny thing to say if Team Error was sitting over in 17th place and you said there's not a lot of room for error, you know. That would have been quite an interesting one. But now, as we look on to our second page, we can see where the rest of the teams find themselves. And so far, it's been a pretty tough showing for Cape Brava team, as well as the Fraud Nation and the players coming in there from... Yeah, I cannot read. I just go with Raw. I know I know we've got the name here somewhere. We can actually see what it's supposed to be, but yeah, I mean, hopefully we could see some points being acquired by, you know, the three teams sitting at the lower end of that leaderboard, and who knows, maybe the remaining 2 matches could be exactly that we see them step up and just you know, sneak in a few points.
That is right. So now we're coming as well into the next matches. Last 2 matches are going to be on Sanhok. I'm curious to see who's going to, you know, whip out that snake mode.
Yeah, them sneaky snakes all the way up towards the lovely Sanhok. But, of course, we are going to be prepping to hop into that. Meanwhile, enjoy the video about our moderator challenge, and we'll see you guys back in a short few moments. All right, so here we are having a quick look at our groups. We have returning in to match 5. It is going to be Group A up against Group C. So it's going to be the players there from Akma team. It's going to be the Cape Bravas, France, Bolt, Mena Legends. It's going to be the players there from Esports Red, Indo Pride, Romanian United Forces, as well as Team Nordic, who we just saw in the last match. So now we have the players there from Barrio Siempre, Revision 7, as well as Querma Sports, as well as Lesquere Roj, the players there from... Mera Puti, as well as the PMTMS, yes, the Turkey Moderator Squad, as well as Rix's the Blue Fox, as well as VAMS. So a pretty interesting lineup. We know a few of these teams are sitting at the top end of the leaderboard. A few of the teams are sitting on the opposite end of the leaderboard. Will we see any of those changes come through? Only time will tell. And of course, we are going to be making our way on towards the ever lovely jungles to see what action these teams have in store. And I'm quite excited to see what Sanhok is going to bring, because this is a map in which the teams can get up close and personal, get super aggressive, and bring in a few more of those additional kill points.
That's right. Not only that, Sanhok is a map well known and well versed in a lot of third parties. So actually, I'm gonna curious to see if we'll be seeing a lot of those third parties happen, and where the zone will be favoring, whether it's mountainside or landside or water. So far, we haven't seen much water happening, like water ending zones just yet. But you never know. This might happen. I'm hoping it will happen. I want to see something exciting. I want to see chaos. I want to see carnage, you know?
Yeah, I'm right there alongside you on that one. I mean, yeah, it's got to be a chaotic finish. It's got to be a crazy spicy play. And I mean, I'm curious to hear though what the people in the chat think. Who do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out? We just saw who's going to be playing. We now see which map they are going to be playing, even though we've been telling you this. But here it is, in case you forgot, and also if you just joined us. But give us your predictions. Let us know, who do you think is going to be the victors of our 5th match. And with that, we should be jumping into the match in a short few moments. And what's also quite interesting is if we look at Sanhok, Again, this is I think this is kind of the only map in which the flight path is of almost no importance, right? What's more
That is
important
indeed
is the zone.
true. Right, right. Here you actually can witness a lot of hardship zones on Sanhok. And I think players are also aware of that from all their years' experience of playing PUBG Mobile.
Mhm.
But let's see, who's gonna, snake it to make it?
Yeah, well, only time will tell. But we are going to be
ya
having a quick video
senang banget
while
sih.
we wait for everyone to ready up. So see you guys back in
É
a
uma
short few
sensação
moments.
incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国革命精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de Miramar. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
All right, so here we are getting ready to move straight on in towards a little bit of that lovely, lovely Sanhok. We can see the flight path, of course, starting over on the western side, heading straight up to that northeastern edge towards Mong Nai. The team's now starting to make their way on down, and who knows, maybe we could see quite a bit of hot drop action coming in, as that is pretty standard on a map like Sanhok.
And that's right. Who is gonna conquer boot camp? You know, the boot camp hot drop.
That's a good
Currently we
question.
have actually some teams going towards Panayan, going Quarry, going up north, and we see actually the circle is actually Panayan is quite centered in this. So teams who's already in that are actually sitting very comfortably.
Already we see the players there from Ahmad finding themselves smack dab center zone. So now it all comes down to what those rotations are going to bring, where these teams are going to be looking to go, and of course, well, whether or not they'll be having any success when it comes to those rotations. And of course, as we jump straight on through, we can see the players here now from France, as well as the players here from... Oh, yeah. Okay, this is Querma. All right, so it seems like we are on the right tags and flags and all those lovely things as Emilia gets taken right on down, our first casualty of the match.
Oh no. That was indeed unfortunate for Emilia. Taken out by Team France.
Viva la France! But now, we gotta wait and see what the players here from Querma are going to be doing in response. Will we see them look to get a little bit aggressive, looking to avenge their teammate, or are they going to be looking to repositions? We can see them now heading up on towards that northwestern island.
That is right. So far now they're probably just going to position themselves as they have now lost Emilia. And we have another encounter right here just outside the zone between Esports Red and Division MMY. So there's a little bit of a standoff. We got some utilities being thrown, some nades. Probably they didn't have that much time to loot up as they just landed. And there's a team up not far from them. That is Indo Pride, actually. That is not far from them. So we might see, as I mentioned earlier, going to see some potential third parties happening right now.
Yeah, it could definitely be. And of course, I wonder if Red Dot Shark is watching, because, you know, there we can see Frozen's name on screen in case you were missing it. Here's Frozen again, just in case. Red Dot Shark saying he couldn't see the name. Well, it was just on screen for a brief moment. But with that, of course, the players from Esports Red are looking to apply quite a bit of pressure on towards Division 7 as they now just come in, sweeping the floor. And with that, of course, finding a few very easy kills on board. Not quite sure if they got the squad wipe. Well, it does seem like that because the players from Division 7, I think, was only sitting on a 3-man team. So, yeah, a pretty rough start there for them indeed. But as we continue onwards, this is now that opportunity for Indo Pride to actually sneak in behind them.
Yes, that would be the chance for them to do so, but seeing as they are backing up just a little bit to reposition themselves. Now we're coming actually into boot camp. So we actually have 3 teams who landed here. We have BTMS and Rust as well, and the team that none of us can pronounce. Raj. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it just as well. But they're looking to chase each other here. They're trying to see who they can knock, who they can, go after. And they're all on the same side. They'll see them now occupying the same building. They're going to see if they can rush Ruff up the stairs. But not quite being caught out. But oh, that close encounter.
Yeah, it is quite a bit of a rough one here for them as we do see the players there from PTMS now just getting absolutely obliterated. But of course, it is only a 2-man team for the side of Ruff as we've got old Fake there, or Fako. And we got the Chiobi, I guess it is, that is going to be looking to make a stand. So far, so good for them. They've been causing quite a bit of damage. But up comes the team here, Zero and Co. As we can see, Zodiac and Cody now looking to swoop on in with those third parties. Let's try this name again, right? Lesquere Rouge, I guess. It's probably wrong, but hey, we try. We try.
We are trying.
All right, so now Big Lodge finding themselves in a bit of a predicament, completely isolated, facing the wall, getting put in the corner as the rest of the teams now just look to play this space here.
I don't think they're too concerned at BTMS Big Large right there in the corner. They're solely focused right now on Ruff. And Ruff is solely focused on that team as well. That's across them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so far, like, every time I see Zero and he's got weapons and he's got ammo and meds and, armor and all that, I feel so satisfied, so happy. Because we did see Zero in that first match running around with Zero. things, had nothing. But so far, so good. You know, a few matches later, he's now, you know, prioritized getting getting the loot and the armor and all those things. But it is still going to be a little bit of a standoff. Neither of these teams are going to be looking to move. And I like this approach coming in from Big Lodge. I mean, Big Lodge is just staying put, not moving, not breathing, not flinching, nothing, doing absolutely zip. And that could actually pay
You have to
off.
be quiet. Indeed, you have to be super duper quiet. You have to go like, shh, nobody disturb me right now. I'm in deep concentration in my corner.
Yeah, indeed. And this could particularly be, or potentially even, be a third, you know, like a triangle of doom. We do see a few more hits finding their way up in towards the kill feed, but this is now where the players here from Rough, they need to make a play. Are they going to cook up a nade? Not quite sure if they found anything. Doesn't seem like they do have any nades through them. Well, we can't really see that in
They probably didn't have chance to loot up that enough utilities, or they've already used up their utilities earlier. Currently it's just who's ever gonna put that foot forward first.
Who's going to be the first one to strike? Cody, looking for those angles, making a lot of noise, and that is good because at some point they will have to come to a decision whether or not they are going to be looking to push forward or whether or not they are going to be making a bit of a play here. But of course, you know, this is still a bit of a standoff. Everyone just staying put, like just waiting it out. The timer, of course, ticking off. We can see that blue zone is about to close on up. But with that, we jump on through to our next few teams. Oh, Police coming under fire there as Team Nordic swing away. Darko also getting taken right on down. And now it is up to Walid to try and quickly retreat back into safety. Fortunately, Mocha, was in safety but gets spotted. And Merci steps up and puts the hit straight in.
Walid has to come in clutch, and he's coming in rushing on that vehicle, seeing if he can actually pick up his last knock teammate back there. And seeing as Team Nordic is the previous winner on Miramar, let's see if they can replicate the same thing here on Sanhok. Would this be their map to win? And actually, we can see Zero got a kill in the kill feed back in boot camp. So they actually engaged a fight. Here we can see right now they're rushing in, and they got that wipe, the last standing man from Rough. They held it out. They held their position. They took their time. They calculated, even though it was a little bit too long in my opinion. But it worked. It worked for them.
Yeah, it did indeed. And of course, now we see the players here from Team Nordic applying that rush on towards Walid. Is he going to be able to hold it? No, down he goes. Oh, very, very unfortunate. But of course, I wanted to say up in bootcamp for the players there of Lesquere Roj, that is how you go from zero to hero. You know, have Zero, push in, get the double squad, the double wipe, you know, get the team flushed out. And now they've only got one more player to contend against if they are looking to secure bootcamp for themselves. But of course, that zone is going to be moving up once again. As we can see, it is now just centered up over on towards that southwestern side. So it does require a little bit of a rotation, particularly for the teams caught out in the blue and also on those outlying regions. But for now, bootcamp is still included in the zone. So there's not going to be too much pressure for those rotations to be coming in from that particular region, unless, of course, the teams decide to do exactly that. Of course, looking at the zone itself, you can see the players there from Ahmad finding themselves smack dab center zone right there on the drop. So that is a good bit of loot, a good bit of a boost to get in for a team.
Not only that, VAMS actually has a good position in zone where they can actually have a full view of where potentially those teams would be coming in, because they would actually have to pass VAMS in order to get more inner towards the circle.
Yeah, they will have to. And of course, this trifecta region could be quite an essential position to be holding. Of course, the players here from Guarma Sports are going to be looking to make their way on in as well, rotating up from that northern side. You can see the VAMs up ahead. Both these teams, you know, showing some great potential. Of course, we know the players there from Guarma, they've already gotten quite a few points on the board already. But now, my question is, will the VAMs actually be able to bring in a few more for themselves as well. As we know, as you've said before, only the top 16 teams will be moving through to tomorrow's matches. So the pressure is going to be on the teams need to perform. And currently, Vams, they do find themselves over in that 7th position, but of course they can look to push even further up.
Yes, yes, indeed. I believe this is Karma's last match, if I am not mistaken. So this is their last match to, you know, rack up those kills.
Yep, looking to bring in as many of them as they can. Of course, now as we jump across over on towards bootcamp once again, we see the players here from Rixus looking to move through. They've got their full squad up and ready to roll. Of course, Lesquere not finding the angle on towards Big Large just yet. Big Large, of course, now has thawed himself. He's now started to move once again. Just making sure the blood flow is there once again.
He's chilling. He's chilling right there in that little corner of his. And after all, placement points is key to, you know, gaining a couple of placements on the ranking.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Of course, players here now from Blue Fox are going to be trying to catch out old Mad Max there. But Mad Max, he is a daredevil. He hops in his vehicle. Off he goes, looking to push across the bridge. Would he be able to make it up into safety? We don't know. Yeah, a little bit of a vroom vroom and even a pew pew in his direction as he makes his grand escape. And so far, so good for him.
Oh, that's right. We have the last as well player going out for Capybaras back in Paradise Resort. Not sure what happened back there. But now we have a new zone that shifted. And it's actually coming quite center where we see the drop right in the middle. So it might be a few, you know, compounds for taking. And then we have some uphills position right there. So I would say there's a lot of room for these teams to work on, but now we have a lot of teams rushing in from the north into the zone, and they're gonna, you know, clash with each other right there.
Yeah, it is gonna be a little bit chaotic as we can see the Vams and the players up ahead there trying to make a bit of a rotation come through, but with that the hits come in as the players here from Cuerma find themselves out in the open, a little bit more exposed than they thought they were, but now it is down to Owen, Karma, and Fenty, I believe it is, to try and make the final play against Vams. But I mean, Vams, I love this approach. They're looking so aggressive, looking so confident as they now move right towards them.
That's right. They know probably they got managed to take one down. They're like, let's rush this. They're gonna be hurt. They're gonna be running. We can actually surprise them and catch them off guard.
Nothing quite like an off-guard play coming in on Sanhok. But of course now we look to see what the Vams are going to do as they continue to push. Testing the waters as they move further forward. Of course, the players there from Respect also now coming under fire as we can see in the kill feed. But up comes the rush right onto the rock. Owen gets picked up. Karma trying to make a quick dash. We're just quickly repositioning. But the players here from Vams, they want those kills. They want those extra additional points. And this is the rush. Up comes maybe Zeus. Is he going to find the angle? Ooh, just trying to clear it out as he moves forward. Karma up ahead does get the knock in. Oh, that final hit find its way on through. Come on. Oh, yes. Aaron's picks it up.
Managed to pick up that last kill. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be a successful 1v4, unfortunately. That would have been very tough. Very tough.
Yeah, very, very tough indeed. Of course, now plays here from Bolt. Got a few Bolties locked and loaded, ready to roll. Esports red.
Sneaky snakes. They're putting up the sneaky snakes strap out there.
Yes, indeed. But let's see now. We've seen that approach being utilized so many times in Sanhok before. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing that come through once again with the teams as we get even closer to those later stages. Of course, the third phase about to come to an end. The fourth phase about to pop on up. But now, Bolt could maybe be in a beautiful position here. We can see a few teams in the surrounding area. And if they are able to play that position well enough, they could actually cause quite a bit of carnage. We can see them now currently positioned over in towards the southeastern side of the zone, getting ready to move up once again, and it shifts in favor of Painan, and this is where we're going to see the chaos now just erupting.
Yes, indeed. I was just about to say, surprisingly, no one's occupying the west side, but that's not needed as we see now. Teams need to move in towards where they are not far off, so probably Pan 9 and that open location. And I'm just actually wondering if some of these teams are going to be using some med strat battles like we see how professional players are doing in a time of, difficulty when they cannot get towards zone. Are they going to give all those meds to one player and have them, take one for the team, start medding out of zone, and like what would casters or the professional casters on the big screen would say, Papa Blue. Papa Blue is gonna be chunking away at everyone's health.
Yeah, but the main thing here is, like, if we are to see that happen, then we need to see at least one play with meds in excess of about 30. So they need to have 30 or more meds for that really to be a thing, because riding on 5, that is not going to work. And usually we see that heal strat already being applied from I don't know, like the first or second phase, sometimes somewhere ridiculous. But now, as we look on towards the northern side of the zone, that is where Vision is coming under a little bit of fire as Thegi comes through with the hits for the side of Team France. But now Rixers also finding themselves in a little bit of a tricky position, but they do at least have one player that has been able to sneak up to the bridge just on the east of the position. That, of course, is Coco, and this could maybe be a beautiful position for Coco to utilize.
That is also very correct. Not only that, the Coco is in zone, so Coco doesn't have to worry much about, trying to rush in further. Could utilize that angle in case any of the team fans goes out of that compound.
But of course, now looking at Vision, he foresaw something, as you can see Vision is now just completely spiced up with that football gear locked and loaded. So whatever comes their way will be dealt with very, very quickly. Of course, now Spock is going to be hammering away, and Scream picks up a nice hit right then and there. And with that, of course, the players from VAMS now get reduced down to only 3.
That is unfortunate because they had a good position of where they were uphill. They could have actually stayed where they were just to get, a good overview of everybody and pick them off one by one in case if they were to rush out. But that was not the case. And as you said, these teams, if they were to go down to a solo, they had to start thinking about med strat, grab some 20, 10, or 30, med kits or first aids. If they're not doing it this match, please, guys, do it for the last match, match 6. I want to see somebody with 30 meds or 30 first aids and just med stratting. I want to see what happens.
Yep, I have to agree with you on that. We need to see some pretty crazy heal strats come through. And of course, now as we look, we do see the players here from the side of Bolt up ahead. They do have a headshot already knocked down. Ninja is going to try and bring in some of those maneuvers to get over on towards that res, but is it going to be able to come through for them, though? It's still a little bit of a difficult position, but up comes Miramar now also looking to push a little bit further from the south. They are now forced forward as that blue zone is closing on up. Mad Max up ahead, also holding in the shack. This could be a risky play. He's got an adequate amount of meds, but unfortunately, it does seem like the players here from Miramar are going to be looking to get that squad wipe, and that is exactly what they do.
Oh, that is right. But they're not that far off either from zone. But they might get knocked to zone here. They might not be able to make it safely either, because they have a team on their left and a team on their right. They're gonna get noticed.
Yes, indeed, and that is the beauty of Sanhok. No matter where you go, you will get punished for any and all mistakes. And with that, Hippo gets punished as he gets sent right on away. But of course, the players here from Ahmad are looking to cause quite a bit of chaos as we now are down to only 6 remaining teams.
That is actually, that went down actually really quickly, and I can say this probably could have been to the help of the blue zone, pushing in these teams together to force fight each other. And I'm curious to see now who's going to get this chicken dinner. I want to see what the chat is gonna say. Who is gonna get this chicken, or who thinks is gonna get this chicken dinner?
Yep, give us your predictions, of course. Now, Madman is about to quickly huddle up behind the rock there as he's taking a few hits. Dagger keeping a very watchful eye, trying to see if they can find those angles. But look at where the zone has gone and shifted over on towards the eastern side. And this is a beautiful shift coming in for the players there from VAMS. Already, we do see maybe Zeus is down, but the rest of the team can make quite a bit of a stand as we see also Vision now swooping in, hitting one of those nails in towards the team there from Team France. And with that, we are down to our final 5 teams. It is going to be Zero and Co holding over on towards that northeastern side as Rixes and the rest of the team now roll on through alongside that southern edge.
That is right. Teams don't have to move too much, or some of players don't need to move too much into zone because where they are actually located do have a good amount of cover between the rocks and trees. We see some out in the blue and they are actually getting knocked to that. The zone shifted again and it's favoring the team, let me see, the one that I cannot pronounce. I am so bad at that. LR, I will just say for now.
Yes.
With, you know, zero.
Yes.
So that is favoring their position, and they are huddled up into a nice track, I believe, if I am not mistaken. They could easily pick off all the teams that's coming towards them.
Yeah, they got a good amount of hard cover to make use of there. And with that, of course, Ahmad steps up. As you can see, Tamila comes in with a beautiful spray. A little old Godzilla there. Just breathing heavily. It's been quite a bit of a run to make it all the way up into this position. But of course now, it is going to be a fight between Ahmad and the players there from Rixes as they are fighting for that position within the zone. Rixes now having a good setup here up in the north. Madman trying to rush around, but does get picked right on up. Now it is up to Vision and Coco. Will they get the shots in? Tamila trying to make that quick rotation, but of course the players there from Lesquere are up ahead. Tamila taking quite a bit of a damage coming in from the blue zone, and with that gets taken right on down. And now Dagger is the last remaining hopeful for the team of Ahmad.
That is true. And not only that, Coco is, I think, trying to play spoiler. They know that LR is in that little shack there, I believe, and they look like if they were to rush out, they are going to be completely out open for the taking. And they still have zone. Unbelievable. They've been in that shack for the last 2 zones right now. Yeah. Oh, Dagger with a knock. And probably be able to get that final finish. Well, this could go in either direction. We'll see if Coco is gonna... No. Coco did not get that surprise attack on LR. So now it is between LR and Ahmed. So it is a 2v2 situation right now. Oh, who's gonna get it?
Oh, well, there's the answer we've been waiting for. It is going to be Ahmad stealing the victory as they come in with a beautiful finish. They're 10 kills on board. And, of course, the players there from Lesquere, LR, finishing with a comfortable 4 kills, as well as the players then from Rixes coming in with their 3 kills over in towards that 3rd place. But again, this time around, we've been seeing the teams having a little bit more of a spread with regards to those kills. I mean, a lot of these teams having the opportunity to acquire a few points. We can see, of course, the players there from Respect also sitting on their own of 4 kills. We got Blue Fox there on 2. We got the players there from Indo Pride on 2. But then up comes Esports Red with a very comfortable 6 kills, as well as Nordic also sitting on 6 kills. So even though they got sent back a little bit earlier on, they were still able to bring in some of those points. Even Team Rough, even though they went out in 17th, of course, they were still able to bring in 3 kills alongside that.
And not only that, it was a great opportunity that Ahmed won this match because that was their last match to play for today. And now we're going to go into some of the match highlights from this match, and we'll be right back after that with looking at the overall standings and see where teams are, basically.
Yep, and of course there's also another thing that we can queue up in the chat. A little bit of there. I think this is going to be our last one for the day, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, we're going to have the last giveaway for the day. So this is your last chance to spam with your in-game ID with the hashtag PMMC2021. And we'll select a winner in 5 minutes.
Well, there we go. There we have it. See you guys back in a short few moments. Don't get away. Stay tuned and yeah, don't forget to spam.
Sam.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de Miramar. Meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей в текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
All right, welcome back. We are looking at our match standings after our first match, in which we see the players there from Ahmad team taking the winner chicken dinner, and alongside that, they finished off with 10 kills, putting them on a grand total of 25 total points, which will do absolute wonders for them. And of course, if we look at the players there from Leskere Roj, they come in with 16 points. Vam's team coming in with 15, and of course, the Rix's PH, all the way from the Philippines, coming in with 13 points as well. Some pretty good performances here.
It was really good, and some were really surprising. A lot had to fight through a lot of teams to get to zones where they wanted to. Sadly though, Division 7, MMY, and Chimera Sports went out early, even though Chimera Sports were actually top of their game in previous matches.
Yeah, well, that is just the way the cookie crumbles. But of course, you know, we got to look to see how that then impacts the overall standings. We can see the players there from Rexpec Esports still managing to hold on to that pole position, as well as Mena Slayer sitting on a very comfortable 44. But of course, Vam's team have been putting in quite a bit of effort to try and catch up, now finding themselves all the way in that third place. The only team in the top 6 without a winner chicken dinner on board so far. But of course, we have all the rest of our chicken dinner winners right up here. Indo Pride also now sharing the exact same amount of points as the players there from the Akma team. But as you've said before, only the top 16 teams are going to be moving through to tomorrow's games, which will be the finals. And of course, the teams are also playing for their share of the $2,500. And of course, we can see that performance now coming in from Leskere Roj, pushing them all the way up in towards 16th place. But they're not out of the woods just yet because they are sitting in the exact same amount of points as the players there from the MENA Legends.
That is right. So they have a lot to offer now in the last game, and as we see, some of the teams who were actually in top 16 have been pushed down to the second page. For example, like Error 4-3 was previously sitting I believe 14th, 15th place. So I'm hoping that when we see them coming back in this last match that we will, see them probably play a little bit more passive, see them, get some points near towards the end. I want to see them be in top 16. I want to see them go into the finals tomorrow.
But it's also quite interesting looking at the current spread of the teams, all the way from, let's say, 9th place, all the way down to potentially, well, where is it? Let's say about 22nd place, right? There's not a lot really separating these teams with regards to points. I mean, we can see the players there from Meraputi sitting up in 22nd place with 13 points. And if we look up towards 9th place, that is 22 points. So that is only a difference of 9 points. That could mean the difference between making it into the finals tomorrow and not making it.
It's all ride and die.
Yeah, well, speaking about ride and die, we are going to be jumping into a quick video. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys back in a short few minutes. All right. Here we are having a quick look at our teams moving into our final match. It is going to be Group D up against Group B as they're going to be having their go at Sanhok. It is going to be the players there from the Albanian Power up against the Crepuscular. I'm struggling with that name. We got Fraud Nation as well as Latam, the Mena Slayers. The players coming in from the Romanian squad. We got Rexbeck Esports, the Salty Moderators. We got Woohoo. We got Latam Forces, Era 403, Italy, Mash Up. We got the players there from Esports Blue. We got the team also then from the Turkish Moderators Squad 2, as well as the Romanian team, and then of course Team Germany.
You will see some of the winners from previous matches playing again here now in the final map of Sanhok. And as I said previously, for those who are also in the chat of the players to, grab some meds. I want to see some med strat happening. I want to see one team making a struggle for the rest, thinking, where is this last person? But we are going to see how these teams fare up again now in Sanhok. We'll see what type of rotations will they be planning. It all comes down to this final match that will determine the top 16 for tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's going to be a pretty spicy push to see who's going to be the teams to make it on. A lot of that Sanhok action about to find its way right on to the screen. And of course, I think without much further ado, we're going to be jumping into the match. Yes, indeed, that is where we are. The flight path, as you can see, finding its way on towards the ever lovely Sanhok, coming in from the Lakawi side, heading across towards in between Hatin and Camp Alpha. And this is going to be do or die. There's only 9 points separating the teams sitting up in 22nd place and the teams sitting up in 9th place. So any of those positions can easily change in this match. Who will it be? We don't know. A few of the teams sitting a little bit further up on the leaderboard also are participating here, so it's going to be some pretty high stakes PUBG action. Be sure to let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to be the team to clutch the victory, taking home that winner chicken dinner on this final match of the day, as we now see our zone up in the north.
Yes, and surprisingly, compared to this match and the last match, a lot of teams were dropping north side, but seeing how the final zone and the south side, I think they are now doing the opposite. A lot of teams have jumped off the plane path and migrated themselves down to the south side, and now they have to make their way again up north for this zone. I am now going to predict that maybe zone ending could be up in Paradise Resort. But then again, maybe I hope to see some of these teams play spoilers for the other teams. You know, those who are not really going to make it in top 16. They could actually ruin chances for others.
Yeah, they definitely could. Of course, we've got a few shout-outs coming in there for Team Blue. Well, one shout-out for Team Blue, of course, also for the players there of the Salty Moderators. Now, let's see. Who's going to be the team to come in? Oh, thank you, though, E2, saying, never watch these streams this long. I am so proud of you. Thank you so much for sticking around all the way to here. It is the final match. Unfortunately, it's going to be a short one because it is Sanhok. So we're going to be seeing a lot of action, a lot of crazy plays. And, well, 403, that's not too crazy. They are running out in the open, pretty exposed. But fortunately, we do see a backpack there. So, you know, it's starting out.
It's starting out slow and steady for them. They're just trying now to, you know, get furthest away from any teams in the surrounding areas. Hopefully they don't run into the Romanian team right here up in Penine, which is pretty much in Air 403's direction.
Well, who knows? Maybe they could. I mean, I'm low-key hoping that that is exactly what they do because, you know, we want to see that action come through. 17 teams in, 59 players all locked and loaded and ready to roll. We can see a nice few 3-time scope, 4-time scopes all now in the hand there of good old Hydro. So, I mean, those are pretty much my kind of go-to scopes. The 3 times more than the 4 times, though. I mean, I don't really like the 4 times all that much.
Yeah, it is. It has to come all down to skill, you know, and practice using the 4 times. But I'm with you on that. My favorite would be a 3 times and a 6 times.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, on the DMRs, put a 6. On everything else, put a 3, and that's it. You know, don't have to run too far. I mean, the 6 is pretty versatile. You can change it to whichever you like, all the way down to a 3, you know, to kind of fit your need. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting setup. But of course, speaking about setups, we got to see how these teams are going to be looking to set themselves up within the zone.
Yes, now they're just now looting up. They're trying to, you know, carry as much as they can just before they have to leave. Team Germany, I'm waiting to see what happens with that team. Oh, Mommy got caught on the open by Team Respect Esports. They managed to get that knock and that final flush. So probably our 4 or 3 team is now down to a 3-man squad.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a tough position for them. But of course, now Respect, they are our current leaders sitting at the top of the leaderboard. We get to see if they're going to bring in a little bit of that domination as they make their way through. We can see a good old Happy Juice off in the distance as the Salty Moderators start making their way in from that eastern side. But now, are we going to see another phenomenal performance from them? Of course, Mashup, they were caught a little bit off guard well, I think that was our 4th match.
Yes, they were. But they're looking, I think, just to chill right now. They're just looking to catch what they can in terms of loot. They probably were aware that solid monitors were quite near, but they're not hunting for them or searching for them per se. Neither are the salty moderators. We have seen some action happening in the kill feed. LATAM versus Team Germany. And here we are now just scoping in.
Yes, yes, yes. Who are we going to be seeing? We got Sestra, of course, there. Just on the opposite end of the wall. Just looking for those angles on towards Itachi. But Itachi is actually the only player. Oh, wow. This is a little bit of a rip for Team Latam.
Solo. Pretty brave, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
But managed to get 1 kill of a defeat. So if Itachi is smart, he could make that grand escape backwards. But I don't think so. I think Mapolo probably sniffed him out, saw him through his scope in, knows he's coming up. Yes, here's the footsteps. Did not catch that knock, but Team Germany manages to finish that last single player off.
Yeah, we can't really say, ooh, wow, because it was only a one-man team, you know.
Yeah, ooh, wow, in the sense, like, I felt sad for Itachi.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. No, I get that, but I mean, it's like, it was an easy play for Team Germany because, you know, they had a full squad. They were outnumbering them greatly. But now, as we jump on, we move into a little bit more of an even fight. Now it is going to be the Salty Moderators up against the Mena Slayers, and we've seen some pretty impressive plays come out from both these teams in the past matches.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see Mina Slayers make another comeback, actually, from their Miramar match where they won with 18 kills, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, we have some players actually falling off high cliffs, I guess, in the kill feed. You gotta watch your step wherever you may be stepping.
Yeah, those heights are nothing to joke about, but of course, the Mena Slayers are going to be looking to slay once again. So far, they haven't had any luck, not getting any confirms in. Will they repeat another 19-kill game? We don't know, but we'll have to wait and see. But a good spread, though, coming in from the Mena Slayers as they take to the hills, take it to the coverage, the angles, and look to apply quite a bit of pressure now onto the players here from the Salty Moderators. Up comes that rush, though. A few hits, finding its way in. The mollies getting deployed, but look at this. Matthias looking to come around the corner. Are we going to see the spray? Yes, indeed.
Yes. Wow. That was a good knock. And I believe also as well a good finish. We have Farouk just standing there laying in the tall grass. I think not trying to be suspicious, you know, but maybe they heard that rustle in the grass and they know someone's nearby. Maybe not, but he's trying to inch his way closer to Equalizer. Oh, Equalizer got caught in the open. Maybe they can get this final finish. Maybe catch out the final player, Vayne, but he's on the other side. They might not be able to.
Well, we don't know. Of course, Godzilla looks pretty excited. I gotta say so myself. But of course, now the players here from the Salty Moderators are looking to utilize this opportunity, looking to get themselves reset. And of course, the Mena Slayers, they've been reduced down to only 2 players. But Farok still has a pretty good angle on them, and he could get one of those very well-placed nades, just send them on through and potentially cause quite a bit of havoc onto the Salty Moderators. And of course, making them true to their name, you know?
Unfortunately, Ferg doesn't have any of those utilities to throw at them, so he's just inching away slowly away from them. Currently, we have the Albanian Power fighting the Respect team. That is, and a lot of the teams are actually still out of zone, trying to make their way through from the south into the north near boot camp, Pan 9. Oh, it's gonna be a trouble for those teams back down there.
Yeah, Painan is going to be a big choke point for a lot of these teams as they have to kind of try and cross through that to get up into the safety of the zone. But as we can see, the players there from Albanian Power now meet a very abrupt fate as they do get sent on away. But the fights are going to continue as the players here from Mashup now get ready to apply their own bit of pressure. But the Salty Moderators holding their own, and Mashup now actually getting reduced down to only Unknown. So the pressure is high. The stakes are even higher. And Unknown is just huddling up alongside his teammates. Up comes the nade. Is this going to be the one? Oh!
Mina Slayer got that kill on Mashup. So actually, they stole the kills from Salty Moderators. 3 kills goes into the name of Mina Slayers.
Yeah, this would make me quite salty if I was them. So we're going to wait and see now if the salty moderators are going to look to avenge that play now. But of course, they've also been reduced down to 2. And with that, Abs gets taken right on down. And now it all comes down to Matthias.
He has to clutch this for his teammates. He has to decide now whether to go and provide support or run away for a better placement position.
Oh. Not a lot of options really remain here, but of course, as we move on, we see the players here now from Team Woohoo up alongside the team here from the Esport Blues as they take that hill for themselves. We got Agatha up on the hill. Of course, we got Ufi as well as Sakumai holding the off angle, fighting a few shots up in towards Levi. Levi now quickly just applying some of those meds, having to make sure that, they've got the health bar where it should be, but this could be a beautiful position now for Ufi to play.
Yes, they are trying to get the flank on either side of Team Woohoo. They're trying to push in a little bit closer. Sakuma with the nade, but probably won't connect just yet. That scope in with the ump and 4 times. Probably almost could have done the trick, but not just yet.
Well, some good quick reactions coming through there. Of course, we can see Very just holding up in the compound, just scanning the hilltop, looking for those angles. And of course, Stockholm might just fishing for a few of those hit markers out in the smokes. A good distraction actually being deployed there by the side of Team Woohoo. It gives good old Levi there the opportunity to just reset, regain a little bit of that health before hopping into the fight once again. But with one single hit, Sakumai is able to put the health bar right back to where it was.
Yeah, there's just a now exchange of bullets to bullets and health to health and armor to armor. I think Sakumai is just trying to chunk away, his safety nets, all the armor and like that. That's one of, a good strategy.
Yeah, could be. But of course, now we need to look and see what these teams are going to be doing as we hop on over towards the map. We can see we got a few teams still positioned all the way in the south. That is going to be the players there from Fraud Nation. It is going to be 403 also making their approach. We got the PMROs as well as the players there from Italy, finding themselves in a little bit of a tricky position as we can see the hits come through. And this is where PMRO now needs to try and figure out the best approach to take here. As Princess now needs to get everything lined up, get those shots, those angles. And it's going to be a pretty tall order as the side of Italy have taken that 2-2 split, and they've got pretty good coverage of that rock.
Yeah, seeing as Princess is all alone in the back, I'm not sure if Team Italy is going to be waiting for that long to wait for Princess to come out, because it's seeing as if there's only 30 seconds left for them to go back into zone, and as we all know, probably on Sanhok, it hurts the longer you stay out of it, and they can't afford to wait that long to see when Princess is going to pop up.
Oh, yeah, but Princess coming in with a beautiful spray right there. Of course, now this is the opportunity for Italy to look to get a little bit aggressive. We can see Marika and Woody now just keeping a very watchful eye, trying to see if they could maybe spot out Princess, but it doesn't seem like they're paying too much attention to where the shots came from. As Princess steps out with yet another hit, gets the confirm, and with that now is starting to slowly eat away at the team of Team Italy.
Exactly, that was a good play by Princess, catching one out in the open. Surprisingly, now this is where Team Italy starts to run back to zone. They should have done this actually earlier to get themselves in a better position. Probably gatekeep Princess from in the zone, not in the blue.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. And of course, we can see on the southern side of zone, things aren't looking much better either, as we do have a few teams still trying to make those long, treacherous runs. Of course, 34 players remain, 13 teams still alive. Princess now just trying to juice up enough to potentially rotate back in towards zone. And Italy, they still haven't made the rush all the way back into zone. They still have just over 350 rather meters to cover to get into the safety. And I mean, this could be quite a costly decision for them to make.
Yes, and even so, Princess doesn't have that much utilities or first aid medkits to help her survive the blue zone either as well. I do not know what's going to be the play here. Probably Princess is just going to wait it out and give herself to the blue instead of giving the point to anybody else.
Yeah, unfortunately for Princess, there will be no knight in shining armor, as the rest of the team has already been sent away, and it's all down to Princess now to make the most of this play. But of course, Team Woohoo are going to be making their way along that southeastern side. But the zone shifts up once again, and now we are in our fourth phase, and this is where the teams positioned out in the blue are really going to start feeling the damage being done. As we can see, of course, 403 also now trying to make their way on forward. The Law of Royals also now on the approach, just narrowly escaping the blue, but gets lasered right on down.
Unfortunately, that leaves Kristen up left for their team. They have to play it safe. Currently with no kills, placement points is the only thing that will help them, to qualify in top 16, where they are, I believe, currently sitting in either 18th or 19th place.
And of course now there's going to be a lot of chaos still to come in across this map. The players here from Latam Force. Hang on. Didn't we have... I'm confused now. But either way, whatever. I'm pretty sure we saw another Latam Force. Was it this match or the previous one?
There is no, it wasn't this match that we saw the solo. There are two LATAM teams. So one is LATAM Force, and the other one is just LATAM.
Okay, all right. Yeah, see, I had a little bit of a weird deja vu moment happen there for a second.
A lot of teams are actually quite duplicate because they're coming from, the regional PUBG Mobile Discord servers.
Yeah, that for me was a glitch in my matrix right there. It was like, oh, sorry, reload. But of course, no. We are down to our final 11 teams having to try and make those plays, those rushes in Italy now. Coming under a little bit of fire as Team Woohoo look to set themselves up. Oh, here we go. Kill shot. Will that be the kill shot with the nade? Oh, gets so close.
It was almost perfect. It was just perfect. Now Team Woohoo is just gatekeeping Team Italy out here, and we have a solo player now for Team Italy. See, sometimes waiting too long to get into zone can lead you to this type of situation where it would be against you, basically.
Yeah, comes back to bite you in the butt, but of course now El Elamoy needs to try and find a good approach back up into zone. Of course, having smoked it up quite extensively, it could be a possible way to get back into zone, but of course the health bar is not looking too fantastic. Now just utilizing the vehicle as an extra layer of hard cover there. The players here from Team Woohoo patiently waiting, and well, sure as Bob, we are moving up into Paradise Resort for the close to finish, close to final zone rather. And this is where things are going to get super interesting, as there's so many angles now for these teams to take up and just cause, again, so much havoc.
Indeed, and I did say at the beginning of the match that I predicted Paradise Resort would be the ending in the final zone. And here we are. I stood corrected. I know my zone predictions.
Oh, yes.
But as well as Paradise Resorts actually gives quite a good amount of cover for these teams because it is quite a large compound in that zone. You can literally stand anywhere and, be protected.
Yeah, and we just saw, of course, kill shot, landing the kill shot right there onto Team Italy. But now, as we jump onto Hydro, you can see the shots flying over onto Woohoo, and Zaveri is now very much knocked out. Kill shot is going to be trying to get a decent stand, good anchor point set up within the zone. But it's going to be quite tricky. I mean, there's so many hills, so many rocks. Well, not hills, but, these rocks, these ridge lines for teams to take up towards that Paradise position, and just make it so difficult for any of the opposing teams to really try and get anywhere.
Indeed. And surprisingly, there's 8 teams up and left alive in this such a small circle. And I don't know if you noticed, but Princess is still alive. Princess managed to get into zone versus how Team Italy died out of zone.
Ooh. But this is going to be absolutely brutal. The shift, looking at where the zone has gone to, I mean, the players there already for the side of PMRO, they find themselves absolutely beautifully set up for this phase. I mean, that southern cliff face is going to be absolutely amazing for them. But now the rest of the teams are going to be looking to push in. We can see, of course, Respect also on the approach. They have, quite a bit of a reputation to uphold here as they are sitting at the top of the leaderboard. But, of course, Germany also rolling on through, getting ready to see if they can find any potential players. And this is going to be pretty spicy. I mean, 18 players remaining, 7 teams left. This is going to be pretty hot to see.
You really have to watch your corners here. Anybody can be camping a corner and just come up and surprise you. Not only that, 4 of the teams left up here have taken chicken dinners. Now, will they be one of them be taking a second chicken dinner?
Ooh, that could be a thing. But, of course, now we'll have to wait and see. As you can see, Team Germany getting sent on back. And with that, Mena Slayers are now sitting on a very nice 8 kills on board. But of course, that blue zone is forcing the teams forward. They now are running out of options. They can't sit around and try to find a way. But Johnny knocks himself right on down.
Dang. That's some self-casualty right there. That put them in a good position. So between the 4 teams, we can safely say that Team Woohoo now is currently out, and we have 3 teams left. So we have the Romanian team, we have the Respect Esports, and we have Mina Slayers. Each of these teams, I believe, have gotten a chicken dinner. And let's see who will get this one.
Yeah, Woohoo indeed. But the teams now continue to move on through. Oh, who will it be? Respect now having pretty decent numbers. The same can, of course, be said for the players there from PMRO as they continue to push further and further forward. Mena Slayers down to 2, the only odd number out here. But is it going to do anything to their performance? Of course, we see Rogs cooking up the nade. We see Farok getting taken right on down, and now it all turns to Vayne. Is he going to be able to clutch it out and bring home a good performance for his team?
Probably. Now they're going to be chucking some couple more nades. They're not going to commit to rushing to them just yet. And also I stood corrected. Romanian team did not win a chicken dinner yet, so this might be their first one. But Mina Slayers and the Respect Esports did win a chicken dinner in the earlier matches. So this potentially could go to the Romanian team, as I believe they are the ones. They're not in zone actually. They have to move. So probably the zone is favoring Respect Esports.
Yeah, well, let's see which way this is going to go. Of course, that zone is going to start closing up again in the next 10 seconds. The players here from the Mena Slayers find themselves in a really difficult position right on the edge of the blue zone. The only way to go is forward, and with that, the timer is about to start running out on the clock. It is now do or die time as PMRO have themselves beautifully set up, but we can say the exact same about the players coming in from the side of Respect here.
That's right. They're looking now to finish the remaining 2 players from Mina Slayers, but now they're getting off now one by one by Respect Esports. Oh my god, he's on the roof. What a 200 IQ position. Just grabbing those kills. Oh my god. And Respect Esports grab the final chicken dinner of the group stages of day 1 with a massive lead in kills. This is their second chicken dinner.
Yeah, 13 kills on board. Absolutely beautiful stuff for them. They're the players from Romania finishing with 8 kills on board. And the same, of course, going for the Mena Slayers. Also 8 kills on board. So some pretty decent amount of carnage being dealt through the entirety of this match. And in fact, through the entirety of the day, the teams have just been playing such phenomenal games. And I mean, like when we started off, we said we're going to be seeing teams with different levels of experience stepping in, participating here. And I've got to say, it's been so interesting and so entertaining to watch them just go at it.
It is. It has been intense today for some of these teams and players. And next up is just to see who are the top 16 now that have qualified to the finals tomorrow.
Yep.
And we're going to probably go into some match highlights.
Yes,
And
indeed.
I'm just excited to see. I am quite nervous.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at our match highlights and we'll be back in a short few moments with those results. So stay tuned and we'll see you guys back in a bit. Welcome back, guys. Of course, we are just waiting on the results to see where the teams are at the end of our 6 matches and who will be those 16 teams moving through to the finals tomorrow. But of course, before we get into any of that, I want to give a thank you once again to the production team. They've been doing an absolutely fantastic stuff, making this whole event possible. Of course, we got to give a big shout out to our sponsors as well. One of them right here. And of course, the other one is going to be Daniel, who you know and love. But of course, well, yeah, be sure to join us back again tomorrow. But before we get into any of that, we're going to hop into our results quickly before it runs away. So without much further ado, here's our results. We can see the players there from Rexpect coming in with a very comfortable 28-pointer. And of course, MPRO securing themselves 20 points. The Mena Slayers on 18. And Team Woohoo on 13 points over in 4th place. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with the performance that we've been seeing coming through from these teams so far. Taking into consideration everything that you've just mentioned, it does add that extra level of complexity. It does make PUBG that much harder. But of course, speaking about harder, this is where we find ourselves now with our top teams. And of course, we have our top 16 teams. That is going to be Rexpect Esports. It's going to be the Mena Slayers, MPRO, the Vamps team. We've got the Quarma Sports as well as Team Germany, Team Nordic. We've got the Akmat team. We've got Indoor Pride. We've got Latam. We've got the Salty Moderators. We've got Barrio Siempre. We've got Era 403's Army. We've got Esports Red, Albanian Power, as well as Italy. So those are our top 16 teams. Well done, well played. And of course, well, we got to give a well done, well played to all the teams because they've played some really good PUBG here today. Mm. Yeah, but of course, you know, we also have to thank all the viewers. Everyone that tuned in to watch the PUBG action, thank you so much for the support. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. Please consider hitting the subscribe button down below. Got to spam that at some point, you know, just got to sneak it in there. Yes, so we shall be returning tomorrow with even more PUBG action as we can see our 16 teams heading on through in towards the finals. But, you know, you got to give it to all the teams. At least every team on the board was able to find points. Everyone finished off with points on board. So well done, well played, and that is going to be it from us here tonight. I hope you guys have a fantastic time. See you all back again tomorrow. Stay safe, stay hydrated, and you know where to find us.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de Miramar. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
É o tributo que não gosta de você!